finished the chatting, and hopefully this doesn't cause too much of a problem. Last time we had somebody who went a little bit bonkers with the spamming. And so on recommendation of a viewer who emailed me and said, hey, you can set it up where people can chat every 45 seconds, which should be often enough. I'm certainly not going to be able to read it faster than 45 seconds of chat. And people who have been a subscriber on YouTube to the Road Guy Rob channel for at least 48 hours. So somebody coming by and thinking that they just want to have a little fun and spam us, well, now they can't unless they planned ahead 2 days in advance. But this is Boulder Highway, and the funny thing happened. If you ever had a sign that a live stream wasn't meant to be, first of all, we had, and I guess I have to acknowledge it, a news story today of international significance that I won't go into in depth, other than to say that we have the privilege as Americans of being able to express ourselves at the ballot box and not with a box of bullets. And so what happened today is awful, right? And I suppose had it had been even worse than it was, there would be no live stream because everybody would be glued to their TV watching something America hasn't experienced since 1963. But thankfully, that wasn't the case. So we're able to move forward and put the silly election aside that none of us want to be talking about, and talk and say, oh, by the way, I'm going to take this thing off. This was a friend of mine invited me to because I've been on this trip filming, hence the impromptu live stream here along Boulder Highway. And he, I guess, sells collectible baseball cards. There we go, I'll get this thing off. And so he said, why don't you come down to this collectible baseball card and memorabilia show, right? I don't know the first thing, I still don't know what a shortstop does. I don't think I've ever sat through a baseball game and paid attention to it in my entire life, from first inning to 7th, 9th, whatever the last inning is. I used to work at a radio station where I was the control board operator inserting the commercials into the ball game. And I would just tune it out, couldn't care less. So the memorabilia show of baseball cards was a bunch of nice looking baseball cards, $85 for that one, $250 for that, $5 for that. They all look the same to me. I know a Babe Ruth baseball card is valuable, but okay. Anyway, let's go through a couple of chats here since we've got a few people cruising along here. So I'm going to do all chat. How do I do all chat? Live chat. Okay, so I don't miss anything here. So we've got some hellos here from Nico Master, Mac Pines, Nether Robot, Traffic Cones, of course, back. Let's see if we can find some today. CE South Florida, this road needs more trees, and you're onto something. This road is, okay, well, I was going to do more of an intro on this, but let's dive right into it. So the heat island effect is when the sun bakes down on an area. The pavement and the concrete and buildings and things almost act like a big heat battery, and they just absorb solar radiation all day long. And then the problem is, even when the sun goes behind a cloud or nighttime comes, that it's like all of the stuff charged up all day, and now the heat just radiates out of it all night long, and the area never cools down. And back in 2022, they had 60 volunteers go all around southern Nevada, and they took something, they must have had specialized equipment, 138,000 measurements on one day to get a really detailed map. If you go to Google and put in RTC, Regional Transportation Commission, RTC's Urban Heat Island Study for 2022, you can look at that map, it's very detailed. And the bulk of the heat is right here, Boulder Highway. There are no trees. I mean, Las Vegas is not a city exactly known for its foliage to begin with anyway, but this area just bakes. Now, I mentioned earlier there were signs that a live stream wasn't meant to be. I was on my way over here. It was a little bit better today. It's been only about 105 degrees instead of 115. In fact, 2 days ago when I was getting ready to do this is me walking down the street. 125. Can you believe that? 125. And, you know, sometimes the store thermometers can be a little bit broken anyway, but it felt that. I think it was the hottest I had experienced. And so I came prepared. I said, okay, I even bought one of these stupid little backpacks you can drink water out of, right? Now, I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing, but on my way here, it poured rain. It wasn't in the forecast. Nobody was expecting it. From the very high quality detailed phone stream on YouTube, I'm sure you can really make out the sky there. But it's blue this way. But if you flip the camera around the other direction, it's actually kind of cloudy. And so there's a possibility we may get dumped on with a bunch of rain. Now the upside of that is that it dropped 25 degrees. I think we're down probably around 80 degrees. The downside of that is very humid and there's a possibility we may get rained out again. Thankfully, cell phones are pretty waterproof, but let's take a look here at Boulder Highway. This thing is 3 lanes in each direction, but really more like 8 because this outer lane they've turned into a bus lane, and then there's a shoulder outside of the bus lane that they've painted for bikes. I think the right-of-way, if I wanted to cross the street right now, if I was insane, or if you guys egg me on enough to risk my life, which please don't, I think about 200 feet. I think it's 178 feet to walk across here. And they built this back in the 1930s. This was the main highway if you wanted to go out to Boulder City, hence the name Boulder Highway, where the Boulder Dam was, Hoover Dam. And so when that town started to really pop up in the 30s, this highway got wider and wider. And up until, I think it was the 80s, in my research, I'm lacking a little bit, where they built a freeway and interstate highway parallel to this highway. This was the main road into town, and so there's still a lot of aging commercial development along this road because people want to locate their businesses near highways. And that's one of the catches when you hear about the Strong Towns crowd. The people who are fans of the book Strong Town, and they'll look to, well, frankly, they look at any wide road, but particularly bad wide roads that are like this, and they'll say, oh, they call it a strode, because apparently, according to this author, a street is a place people walk around and you do short trips and stuff, and a road is a highway. In engineering, we just call it a highway. So I would argue that this is a strarway, you know, a highway and a road, or a highway and a street mixed together, a stryway. But this is a road that was designed to get people from Las Vegas to Phoenix before the Interstate 515 freeway got built. Now they call that I-11. And it doesn't need to be the main highway anymore. In fact, thanks to red lights down this way, you may have noticed there's not a ton of traffic right now. You know, 6 o'clock. I mean, granted, it's the weekend, but you'd think you'd have a lot of commuting traffic and the road would be really busy, and yet 178 feet, and there's like 2 cars within sight right there. So anyway, we'll talk some today about Clark County and the Regional Transportation Commission of Southern Nevada. They have some ideas over the next 5 to 20 years of what they could do to try to make this a little more livable of a street, and that includes planting more trees. So let's jump back into the chat here and see what we got going on. Oh, we already have some super chats. Well, fantastic. Let's dive in. Freedom Tower Studios with a very generous double-digit super chat here. Thank you very much. Says, good evening, Rob, and greetings from hot New Jersey. Hot New Jersey? This is Las Vegas. It's hotter. Anyway, no, it's fine. Yeah, and I'm complaining about the humidity because the humidity probably with the rain went from being 2% to 30%, you know. So in fairness, you've got probably more to deal with there. But you're right, a portion of the Garden State Parkway here buckled because of the heat here. It's crazy. Also, I just bought the 2023 version of the MUTCD manual, Stay Cool. Well, I'll drink to that. I refrigerated the water, so it tastes really good. So if you're wondering what he means by the MUTCD manual, That's the Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Devices. One of my first videos, or first couple of years making videos, I did a special on the MUTCD, and that stands for the Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Devices. And a traffic control device is anything that tells a driver instructions of what they're supposed to do. It regulates their behavior on the road. So speed limit signs, stop signs, but also pavement markings. And the book gets so detailed with rules trying to make harmonies so all the states the signs are the same, that I think it's my longest video. I think it's pushing 25 minutes. It's like the length of a TV show, just talking about signs. And to make things even more confusing, the new manual came out. It takes about a decade or more because all the states have to come together and agree on something. And that's something that's, the bus just honked at us. Anyway. And so that process of coming up with a new traffic control device manual is something that I think they started shortly after the last manual came out in 2009, I think. So 2009 to 2024, you got about 13 years to come out with a new manual. And naturally, roads get more complicated. We're putting in more bike infrastructure. So there are sections on signs just for bikes, signs, new transit controls for transit-only lanes, roundabouts, having more signage for that. And so the book just gets fatter and fatter and fatter. I haven't purchased the new MUTCD book yet because I haven't yet. But the old one's better. It's like a small yellow pages or white pages back, those of us old enough to remember what those were. Anybody else here miss the yellow pages? Yeah. But yeah, so, and then you mentioned also that the Garden State Parkway buckled with heat. My research when I was in graduate school had to do with traffic operations and particularly driveway spacing. You get too many driveways close together on a big highway like this, and it's unsafe. I took a couple of classes on pavement, but pavement I'm a little lacking, and you may notice that's partly why I don't have really any videos about pavement yet. I want to find some right experts to talk to at some point and do some video on pavement. I'd like to better understand what makes a highway buckle. I can understand wintertime destroying a highway because you get water expands, right? The oxygen molecules make kind of like a ring type shape from what I remember from chemistry. And so frozen water takes more space than liquid water. And so if you have liquid water get into the cracks in the road and then they freeze and make those ring shapes, that puffs out and it busts the concrete up. It's incredibly strong. And once you have everything broken underneath the surface, then all it takes is a little rain and things and somebody hitting the broken pavement just right, and a chunk of it will just fall out. And that's why after the freeze thaw of the winter time, you get into February and March and the roads all break up and are full of potholes, right? Water also gets underneath too and washes the dirt away underneath the asphalt. And so that when you drive on it, the asphalt cracks, falls in, and then you have a pothole because the water washed all the road base out from underneath. So wintertime destruction, yeah, I understand the concept of that. But summertime buckling, all I can figure is there are elements of the highway that expand and there isn't enough room for them, so they pop up like this, and then you all of a sudden have a, I think, have you seen, there's a YouTube video, and I'm trying to remember where it was, where the highway did that, but traffic wasn't slowing down, and so people were catching air because it was effectively a speed bump, a nice sloped speed bump you need over it, so. Yeah, emergency highway buckling repair is pretty common in places that get hot. I don't know if that's common in New Jersey. And I understand the heat wave we've been having here out west that I think we can kind of accommodate because typically it's a dry heat, right? It's headed east, Weather Channel today, so hats off to, stay cool, the rest of y'all. But yeah, thanks again, Freedom Tower Studios, for your super chat. I appreciate it. Jesse with I think that's a ham radio call sign there, KC7SIK with a super chat there, says money for eggs to make an omelet on the hot road. I don't want to litter. So the temperature's cooled off enough with the rain that came, that, like I say, it's a little bit of Murphy's Law that I came out here and, like I say, all prepared to deal with, you know, triple-digit heat. And now it just feels humid, like anywhere else in the country, so it's very weird. But yeah, I appreciate the super chat. I don't intend to litter the sidewalk though with eggs, as fun as that would be. But thank you very much. Root writes, Root 30, I think it's a zip code, with a very generous super chat. Thank you. Says, love the videos. You should do a video with the traffic light doctor. I would love to. I need to get a hold of that guy and do something sometime. If you haven't seen, there's a couple of fun channels. There's one, I can't remember the guy's name, Guardrail Guy, Street Craft, which is a guy who makes some very well-produced YouTube shorts and things where he's I've never seen him on camera, but he comes in and kind of redesigns an intersection and comes up with some clever ideas. His most famous video is one where he's showing a partial clover leaf somewhere in Florida that's gigantic. And the problem is the signage is quite poor, so people at the last minute are trying to dart over and get over because they don't realize they need to be getting in the far right lane earlier on. So he has a fun video on that one. And Traffic Light Doctor, yeah, Traffic Light Doctor actually works on traffic lights, so that'll be a fun one to check out. Just talking about the road. So, okay, but yeah, thank you very much. Let's see, Freedom Tower Studios again with another comment. Well, thank you. You're right. I made a mistake. It heaved, not buckled, but it still caused a 15-mile backup on the day before 4th of July. Oof. And that's a day you really need the roads working because everybody's trying to get where they're trying to go. So heaving, I'm showing my ignorance on the pavement side of it. But I know a frost heave, so again, I know the winter stuff. A frost heave can happen to a building and destroy it. So if you ever wondered, when you go to cold climates, oftentimes, Chicago, Denver, places, the houses all have basements. And the reason why is you can't pour, just say this is the ground level here, right? I can't pour concrete right at the ground level because if the ground freezes underneath, again, water, frozen takes more space. It'll make the soil expand. It'll push up on the building and like crack up the concrete and make it all broken. And so frost heave, to prevent that, you have to put footings going this way where the concrete goes down, and then the heat of the building and living in it is all kind of contained, and it keep the soil and the water from being frozen underneath the house. And the colder the climate, the deeper those footings have to go. So like California and Nevada, you just have structural footings because it's never really freezes. It's just to help hold the load of the walls, right? But you go to Salt Lake City, where I grew up, those footings, I think you gotta go down 3-4 feet. And so at that point, you're basically building a basement, but it's just upside down, right? Because you have your footing walls making like a box and then concrete on the top. And I think developers a long time ago figured out, well, if we're pouring that much concrete anyway, why not just excavate all the dirt? And instead of putting the concrete on the top, put the concrete on the bottom, and then you can frame above it, and now you have a basement. We're here in, you don't have frost heave as really being a problem here, so those footings aren't really deep, certainly not deep enough to have a basement. Summertime soil heaving, where the soil heaved underneath the road. Did it boil? I don't know what would cause. No, thank you. I'm busy working.
She said yes.
No, thank you. Please leave me alone. I'm working. No.
On this joint.
Leave me alone, ma'am. I've got work to do.
Right now.
Get out of here. I'm working. And so what would cause heaving would be, no, that's real mature. So, all right, let's get out of here. Yeah, this is Boulder Highway. No, one of the challenges that you deal with is every civil engineering project you build has to sit on top of soil. And so the soil engineers really are the true heroes of a project. We think it's like the architects and the structural people who do amazing things, but they're taking into consideration certain assumptions that the footing that they're building their structure on isn't going to move. And so if the soil gets too wet or too dry, you know, if you're in Texas, the soil can dry out and it can start, or maybe it's I don't remember, but the soil freezes, all of a sudden the soil isn't behaving the way it's supposed to. Well, that footing moves, well, the footing moves and the wall moves, or the bridge column moves, and then all of a sudden everything's all broken and messed up at that point. So yeah, so and the soil engineering is there's only so many samples they can take of the soil to see what type of shape it's in to begin with anyway. I know there was a big freeway they were building on the west side of Salt Lake City, and to try to figure out how the soil would behave once they loaded it with the freeway, they actually put a big pile of dirt down and then just left the dirt there with some gauges to kind of measure it to see what would happen. And that way they have some assumption of how much the road was going to settle once it was loaded up. It's soil engineering is probably the most critical part of any civil engineering project, and yet it's the least precise, because you're dealing with organic, decaying biomass, water content. The soil can be totally one thing here, but if you go like 10 feet that way, the soil's totally different. And so that gets you into trouble. If you've seen in the news, the skyscraper called, on the name Millennium Tower, I'm trying to remember, but it's the one in downtown San Francisco, right across the street from the big transit center. And the problem they've been having is that the soil underneath is behaving in a way that they weren't expecting. And so you start to have issues with the entire tower sinking, and then they've spent an astronomical amount of money getting in trying to address, okay, well, you can't have this multi-billion-dollar building behaving in a way that could cause the whole building to collapse, and people's life savings, invested in multi-million-dollar condo units, right? So they've spent a huge amount of money trying to shore it up, and every time you'd hear about it in the news, they go, oh, well, we thought it was going to collapse this many inches in this amount of time, but then as we've been working on it, it collapsed even more than that. And so it'd be interesting to see how that shapes out in the end, but that can happen with highways and stuff too, and even something as simple as pavement on a hot day. The soil behaved in a weird way and it heaved. So anyway, thanks again for that. Let's take a look at what we got going on live here with everybody else here. Rod Chalice writes, I suspect pavement heaving in the summer might be due to the rebar if it's used as part of the base, like asphalt put down over old cement road. You might be onto something. And again, I showed my ignorance of having taken very little in school about pavements. But if you do think about materials behave differently at different temperatures, right? You have like a bar of aluminum versus a bar of steel. This is an issue in car engines when you overheat them, right? The cast iron block at the bottom part of a car engine, well, it expands a certain amount when you overheat the engine, and then the aluminum head expands at a different rate for the same amount of temperature, but they're bolted together with these really strong bolts, head bolts. And so you ruin the engine because the aluminum, I think, wants to expand more than the cast iron block, and so it bends up like this. Well, now it doesn't seal anymore. That seal between the two halves of the engine is called the head gasket, as you probably know. And if your head gasket fails, well, then all of a sudden the car's steaming and burning oil and doing all kinds of problems, and a lot of times the car just ends up in a junkyard at that point. So if you have that same principle, you have an old concrete road at the bottom, and they thought, oh, a blacktop over the top of it. Well, those expand at different rates. If they reinforce the concrete road with rebar, long pieces of steel, you know, of iron, steel, iron. I should know what rebar is. Definitely these iron bars that the concrete can grab onto, and it helps give it strength in tension when the stresses of the road, as you traffic loads on it, wants to pull in this direction. The rebar has a lot of strength where concrete doesn't. Well, metal is going to expand at a different rate than the concrete that surrounds it, and so that could cause problems too. So I think you may be onto something with that. So let's take a look here and see. For anyone who hasn't seen it, there was an attempt at a presidential candidate's life at a rally. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. That I'm impressed we have as big of a turnout when you have a breaking news story of international significance that's awful. And I reiterate again, we have the privilege of the United States. And if there's a candidate that, you know, a person truly, truly dislikes, you settle it at the ballot box, not with a box of holes. But I appreciate you coming. We won't be talking about that. There are TV channels and newspapers who are much better at covering that. We're here to talk about this highway that when we last left off, we were talking about. So in the 30s, they built this really wide. And I mean, to give you some perspective on just how big this road is, why don't I come over here close to it so we'll take a look down the street. I'll flip the camera around so you can see. But it's going to get really digital zoom, but this will give you some idea. And we'll walk down that way so you can see it a little bit better. But this road's massive. I mean, this is a standard shoulder, and then they took away a car lane for a bus lane. They run a more or less, it's a bus rapid transit route on paper. It's probably an enhanced bus service in practice. It follows a schedule, but it does have 15-minute frequency. It has bus shelters, but they're moderate. They're better than a sign on the side of the road. It didn't appear to have off-board fare collection. It looked like people were still paying as they got on the bus. So I don't know that I would call this route that they call BRX, I think, BHX, Boulder Highway Express, a true BRT, but it's a heck of a lot better than local bus service. But they gave a lane, an outside lane for it, and still have 3 through travel lanes over here as well. So this is a huge road, and that's just the one side. One of the challenges you have, though, is then you have the big highway median. It actually had, they've landscaped it here because I suspect the adjacent property owner has some reasonably deep pockets and probably wanted the area right in front of their business to look good. I don't know that for a fact, but I suspect because other sections of this corridor don't look nearly as nice. But it's big because you repeat all of this asphalt on the other side. It heats up all day long. It helps heat this corridor all night. And in that study that they did back in 2022 to make that big heat map, it found an 11-degree difference, between the east side and the west side of Las Vegas, which I find fascinating because I had no idea the heat island effect could swing that much. I mean, to give you some idea, you're talking about 105 degrees versus 94. Well, 94 is California weather, and 105 is, Las Vegas. So on the more moderate days, that's a pretty significant difference. And I'm going to turn around here so I can talk to you. You can see the road at the same time here. But that's a pretty significant difference in temperature, mostly caused by the urban heat island effect. Though they did point out something I didn't know about Las Vegas. The Las Vegas area is a big valley. There's mountains that way and mountains that way, and but the valley, the foothills over on that side to the west, sit about 500 feet higher. And so that change in elevation also does play a role. And so when you see this corridor and you see, oh, this is the hottest part of town, well, that's true. And you do have more plants on the west side. It's newer development. And one of the challenges of dealing with the heat island is that a lot of it's on private property. So this project's unique because this will be the county and the Regional Transportation Commission and the cities working together to try and get more trees along this corridor on public property. But most of the landscaping is on private property. That's been an issue that Phoenix has. If you want to see a great video on urban heat islands, the news magazine Vox, VOX YouTube channel, and a reporter, she went down to Phoenix and looked at their study and talked with the neighborhood, because what was interesting is the area right near central Phoenix. If you remember my video of Phoenix Without Freeways, if you are real familiar with it, I hang out in a neighborhood where I point to I-17 being one of the first freeways built, and it sits up high on fill, and it's kind of ugly. And I did a on-camera stand-up where I pointed to it, and I said, you know, the people of Phoenix, they'd see this and they say, well, we don't want more of that. That neighborhood where I was standing is the hottest neighborhood in the Phoenix area because there aren't a lot of plants. And the challenge that she mentioned is that there's a correlation between income of the neighborhood. That neighborhood, she said, the average per person income was $19,000. I mean, that's worse than me. So the correlation is that they're typically renters. Landlords are trying to save money. They're not going to plant a lot of landscaping, but that makes the neighborhood very hot. A lot of people who live there don't have access to air conditioning, so they're also suffering in that heat too. Vehicle ownership in that neighborhood, again, according to this YouTuber who did a lot of good research, and I recommend her video. I'll try to remember in the show notes later to put a link to her video because it's excellent, talking about heat islands. But she mentions that vehicle ownership in that neighborhood, I think, is less than 25%. So you have a lot of people who are dependent on transit in the hottest part of town. And the bus stops, you know, I'm teasing these bus stops down here because they are fine. They're fine, right? But these ones in this neighborhood in Phoenix were just signs on the side of the road. So people are just sweltering out in 122-degree heat, when other parts of the valley may be under 110 or quite a bit cooler, because those private property areas have a lot of landscaping. And that's also part of the challenge too, right? What do you do in an arid climate? Southern Nevada is probably the most responsible water users. You wouldn't think so, right? You think Las Vegas, they live in a desert and it's a city that shouldn't be here. You're thinking of Southern California. You're thinking of idiots like me that pretend I live in the Midwest, even though I'm in a place that's just as arid as here. And sucking all the water out of the California aqueduct from Northern California and the Colorado River. It's my milkshake and I'm gonna drink it up. Oh wait, I can do something for that. Right out of the Colorado River, from your state to mine. That's California, but Southern Nevada are actually quite responsible. This region, as the population has doubled in previous decades, water usage didn't go up, it went down. So that's my question. Part of what makes plants so successful at combating the heat island effect is it's drinking water and breathing that water out. They're like little swamp coolers, evaporative coolers, right? Where's the water going to come from? And so all I can figure is, if I talk to a water person, which I won't on this trip because it's just a simple live stream, but I suspect maybe some of these trees are pretty drought hardy, would be my guess. You know, you got a nice fluffy tree there, and I'm not a horticulturist to know what it is. It's pretty. It's got long, skinny needles. Probably helps cool things down a little bit, but it doesn't look like it drinks a lot of water. You know, I don't see a ton of plants growing underneath that tree indicating, you know, overwatering. So I'm sure there are things you can do to cool this corridor down, but it will mean more water. Anyway, we want to take a look and see what they're planning to do here. So right now you can see the corridor is just a big slab of asphalt. People jaywalking mid-block because the distance between the lights can be a mile. And nobody on the hottest street in the Las Vegas Valley is going to purposely walk an extra mile in the heat just to get across the street. You're going to risk your life crossing if you count the shoulders of the bus lane, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 lanes. They'll rather risk their life crossing 10 lanes than have to walk a mile to quote unquote legally cross the street. So that's something that this project is taking a look at, is they're saying, okay, well look, what are some things we could do now to try to make the road a little bit better? So they kind of have like first level action items, right? Where they're saying, all right, we've got these turning islands. So we can walk down and take a look at one here in just a second. As I talk about in my video on medians, I learned from Gary Sokolov, who is a real specialist in trying to prevent traffic collisions with conflict, and how medians can prevent cars from being chaotic and making left turns everywhere. But the most dangerous type of turn on a street, any kind of busy street like this, is the left turn out. It's this car wanting to make a left out like this because they're conflicting with the bus and all the car lanes, and any cars trying to make left turns here, as well as any cars over here. But these left turns off the highway into the business aren't quite so bad, because you have you're only conflicting the one side of the road. You're not creating conflict with all of it, right? So they'll put these little channelizers in here, and you'll see a few of them on Boulder Highway. We'll take a look at them here. But what if you could use the, and I thought this was a very clever idea they had. What if you use the channelizer as a mid-block crosswalk, so people can cross, go a little bit diagonally, and cross back over again. Sorry, I keep drifting out of frame here. Cross, over, cross. Let's walk over there and we can take a look at that and see, because that's a good interim first step. The other thing they were talking about doing, it doesn't really help a pedestrian per se, is to just, but for safety it would, is to just outright put a fence in the median to discourage people illegally crossing the street. If this was California with the new jaywalking law, I probably would try crossing just to see how bad it really is, but I don't want to get a ticket from Metro PD or Nevada Highway Patrol. That's not worth it to me tonight. But as we walk, let's take a look here and see, catch up on some comments here. Route, let's see, we talked about yours here. So it looks like we're caught up on Super Chat, so go back to live chat here. Wind is picking up, writes Jovit. Yeah, and hopefully it's not too bad on the mic. I use this external mic, wired mic, hoping to try to make it not quite so bad. We got a Boulder Express bus there heading down the road. I hear thunder. Oh, it's starting to rain. Well, this may get fun real fast. I like to at least get an hour. Normally I like to get 2 or 3, but I have my backup battery and everything. The weather cooperates. We'll see. Sometimes things just don't quite work out the way you plan. But so if you're starting to see kind of toward the base of that tower there, which is the East Side Cannery Tower. I used to stay there because it would be it was new. I think it was built around 2003. Very affordable because it's way off the strip out here. But it closed for COVID. And they said, well, at some point when the market demand comes back, we'll reopen. And it's been sitting there ever since. So worried it may never come back. But always try to find the deals if I can. And that was one of my favorites. But okay, so you see that white car turning into the Walmart parking lot here? It's in that channelizer there I talked about. And so that's the theory, is you go, well, you already have an area with traffic conflict anyway. What if you just also put your pedestrian crosswalk there? You could put in some, boy, the wind's really picking up. I hope you can hear me. I'll set this down here and see. Just a sec, I can set the tripod down. Get the focus. Yeah, so you kind of watch this guy here trying to So you make his left. It's really not too bad. These type of left turns off a major highway are pretty good. It's the ones returning. It would be like if this Kia over here was getting stolen by teenagers. No, if it tried to make a left turn, it would have a ton of traffic conflict. I don't know why this keeps... But yeah, that's the theory, right? As one of the early phases is they could have a crosswalk here, and then you go kind of diagonally, and then another crosswalk over there. And so the pedestrians really wouldn't have much conflict with the driveway over here, right? Other than vehicles turning right into the business, which they're going to have anyway. But all the rest of the traffic coming out is beyond the crosswalk, and then on this other side, you'd have the same thing. The driveway is beyond the crosswalk because the traffic would be going this way. So I thought that was really clever. So like I say, early stage improvements would be adding those mid-block crosswalks that really try to cut them down some. You know, if they can. We're starting to get some pretty good rain here. Let me turn my page on my notes here. But I think they were trying to get it where instead of having a mile or so between crossing conflicts, you'd have try to get them down to ideally about every 1/8 of a mile. Okay, well this is getting interesting real quick here. Howdy. See if I can zoom out. There we go. Flip it around so you can see in all the rainy glory what I got going on here. Okay, so that's kind of the idea, right? Is you try to get it down to, like every 1/8 of a mile, so people aren't having to deal with, being out in this searing heat. Searing heat. I stopped by a Walgreens on the way here to try to buy an umbrella because I anticipated this was going to be a problem. And the clerk laughed at me. We don't sell umbrellas at Walgreens. Well, in for a penny, in for a pound. What were we talking about here? Also, phase one would be trying to make sure all the sidewalks have the curb cuts that they're supposed to for ADA. Because a lot of these sidewalks were built decades ago before the Americans with Disabilities Act got passed in the first place. As I think the ADA, President Bush the first, Bush 43 signed that somewhere around 1991. And so that's part of the challenge, is if you have infrastructure that lasts longer than that, then you have a captive rider who has to take transit. They're disabled. And hold on a minute. I'm gonna see if I can anchor this better. All right. Anyway, it's really important. So you go to all this trouble to put in a bus rapid transit line, but then you don't have sidewalks for somebody who's disabled to be able to get to their destination. And, it's not like, again, say the sidewalk across the street's ADA compliant and this side's not. Well, then what do, right? Does somebody have to take their power chair and go all the way around? So, again, phase one, something they're hoping to do right away is to make sure fix up what they've got, get it ADA compliant, which makes a lot of sense. This shopping center here is a Walmart, so it's brand new, definitely post ADA. So you can see it's got the nice curb cuts over there. It's got the yellow, I don't know if the angle of the camera goes down low enough you can quite see, but it's got those yellow bumps, so somebody who's visually impaired is able to find where the opening is. I wonder if I can stand underneath the Walmart sign, because this is getting silly. Yeah, here we go. Okay. This little bit of rain shelter is brought to you by Walmart. Lift dryer with Walmart. Okay. Now the wind is just getting stupid. But here's the thing. You're probably saying, Rob, you're being stupid. Just call it a day. And I'm saying, I know the West. It's going to die down any minute. Any minute could be 2 minutes. It could be 20 minutes. But I know there's enough blue in the sky. It's not going to stay this way. And then I'll feel silly because I'll have ended the live stream and then the weather will be perfect. So the good news is I'm talking about urban heat islands and it's great. I'm almost cold. Not quite. Okay, let's take a look here at chat to see where we're at here. I don't even know if you can even hear me. Where's the rain turning into steam where it hits the hot pavement? That was probably the rain that first hit beforehand. So today was already a cooler day. It was somewhere in the neighborhood of about 100 degrees. And then oh gosh. Quentin Arrow writes, nature is working against your stream. Well, I told you, I started off this stream saying, you know, it's almost like Mother Nature just does. It's one of those lives that almost isn't meant to be between, like I say, breaking national, international news and and this weather. But it's getting a little bit better. I think the rain stopped. Now it's the wind, so I've got to talk to you like I'm a trucker, you know. Roger, 10-4, good buddy. All right, let's take a look here. Jack of all trades. We got a couple of super chats here. Let me get caught up here. So first of all, Francisco Ruiz with the super chat. Thank you very much, Francisco. Writes, Rob, the fence idea is actually being used in town on Charleston Boulevard between Nellis and Marion. It has slowed pedestrian fatalities. Yeah, and that's one of the things that's a little unfortunate is that sometimes you have to just not allow the transportation movement that you want to allow, right? And it's a big ask for pedestrians to have to go a long way out of their way. But if it results in saving lives, especially if you're having a significant number of fatalities in one area, it can, what's better? Somebody being really irritated or just giving up on walking somewhere versus, we have some jaywalkers here. Let's watch. Yeah. Trying to zoom in, but the chats are in the way. Where'd they go? Where'd they go? There they are. They made it, I think. Okay. So it is possible to do, but like I say, that those early, improvements that they're looking to do would be adding a legitimate, hawk beacon or rapid flashing beacon, the yellow lights that go blink, 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 blink really fast, at probably right at this spot. And you can see, it makes a heck of a lot of sense, right? You have a Walmart over here. Sorry, I got to zoom out. The phone's wet, so it's not reading my fingers. Shoot. There we go. Come on. Come on. There we go. All right. Good. Yeah. So yeah, what was I saying? So you have a Walmart over here, and you have a major casino over here of people, a lot of them are guests flying in from out of town, right? And so it would make sense that you'd have a significant amount of pedestrian traffic. And if you look at it from Google Maps, I can see, in engineering, I can see myself thinking this. You say, well, you have a traffic signal down there that just walk down to the traffic signal and cross back. But, every single step is a pedestrian. You're asking pedestrians to walk 3/4 of a mile, so the extra half of a mile versus the more direct path. having that goal, Regional Transportation Commission's goal of trying to have a pedestrian crossing every 1/8 of a mile, really helps get those pedestrian crossings in frequent enough places that you could be compliant. So my guess is probably from the signal way down there, you can probably barely see, to the next closest signal over there by the cannery, it's probably about 1/4 of a mile. So getting one here at the 1/8 mile mark, at that point it gets easier to make the case of enforcing jaywalking, because you can say, well, at least it was legally possible to do. So okay, let's turn the chat back on and see where we were at here. Chat. So, yes, so I'll have to check that out. I won't be able to do it on the live stream because I'm not going to walk all the way over to Charleston and Nellis, I think, unless you wanted a live stream that was many, many hours. But thanks again, Francisco, for your super chat. I appreciate that. Josh of All Trades writes, get back here where you can see me. Come on. A wet phone screen really changes things. So. Joshua Trades writes, windy.com weather radar is showing lightning strikes near Vegas and Reno. 2 different storms. Interesting timing. Yeah, and the National Weather Service didn't even have rain in the forecast at all. I was looking at triple-digit heat as being the issue, not this. And then I thought, oh, well, it's your typical summertime, like you get a little bit of a downpour and it goes away. I didn't expect it to kind of keep happening. So this is that's been an interesting one. I learned, and one thing I learned is where they talk about 30% chance of rain. I always thought that meant you had a 30% chance of rain, but as you may know, it means, oh no, you're getting rain, it's just only 30% of the area is getting hit with it. Most other places aren't dealing with it. So, but yeah, thank you again very much for your super chat to Josh of All Trades. I appreciate it. Matthew Brannigan with the super chat writes, we all admire your resilience, Rob. It's refreshing. I can say that other day when I was walking in this, I got all soggy. I don't know if I can peel my papers apart anymore. But I had a... Here we go. Yeah. I mean... Yeah, I could be dealing with this, right? So I say I'm getting a little bit wet. That's a nice change instead, right? You know? Something I wasn't expecting. Matthew Brannigan, thank you very much for your super chat. I appreciate it. Combat Wombat with a double-digit super chat. Well, thank you very much. Writes, your dedication is incredible. This will pay for your towel at Walmart. Had I known there was a Walmart here, I wouldn't have wasted my time trying to go to the Walgreens. I might have been able to get an umbrella instead. Though the big problem I'm running into is I need like a big foam thing to fight the wind noise. So I need to figure out if there's a reliable way to get like a broadcast quality microphone. Like I would love to have, you know, the broadcast stick mic I use for videos. Is there a way to get a mic like that into the phone so that could be my audio, and then I could put a big fat windsock on it, and then it wouldn't be a problem. I wouldn't be talking like this, breaker. Okay, so we talked about phase 1, and it'll look something like this, assuming the paper's not ruined. Gotta turn the page, hold on. Okay, look at my notes. Look what happened to my notes. They're soaked. Okay, page 1, page 2. All right. So, the idea would be that they would apparently make those bus lanes, they push them farther out to the shoulder, because there's no real need for a shoulder. The shoulder made sense when this was a highway dealing with 55-mile-an-hour traffic. There's no need for that anymore. you know, you have to take a look at the road and say, okay, is this for long distance travelers or short distance travelers? And since they built Interstate 515, just a block or two that way, now called Interstate 11, there hasn't been a need for this to be dealing with high speed, long distance travelers. They're supposed to be over on the freeway. But the challenge you run into is, I think, when regions get excited and they get their new project funded, they're just barely able to pay for the improvement that they want to do. You know, back in the day, it was building Interstate 515. They're getting their federal match money. And the Interstate Highway Program didn't have any sort of thing saying, oh yeah, and here's another 10, 20% to your budget so you can go back and retrofit the old highway into something that can deal with short distance trips instead. So we never did anything like that. I think the logic up until probably about 30 years ago with engineering was all trips are long distance. Like why would you have a short distance? And so even the concept of slower neighborhood streets was, well, it's still for the long distance trip. It's just something designed to get you to the highway to make your long trip and then come back out. No, you know, engineers weren't stopping to think and saying, oh, well, maybe you only want to drive a mile. Maybe you want to walk a mile, right? And so this idea of saying, oh, wait a minute, what if a lot of these people are doing very short distance trips? They're getting off a bus, walking 1/8 of a mile, and then walking back over, right? Well, there's no, like I say, that just wasn't on the radar of the Interstate Highway Program, so they didn't fund anything like this. So the road has stayed the way it's been forever and ever, you know, for decades. And I think maybe the assumption was, well, cool, we have our backup freeway. If there's a crash on the freeway, then people can come back out here to the main highway. But again, you end up with one of these roads that the strong towns crowd would call a strode, because this is not a good long distance highway. There's too many driveways, too many lights, too many people on foot walking around. You don't make good time at any time of day on Boulder Highway. The lights, they're kind of synced for you to make progress, but the problem is if you do too good of a job syncing the lights for the through traffic on Boulder Highway, you build a wall, and then all the city streets trying to get across can't get across. And that's one of the problems they've been having, is they're going, well, most of the traffic on Boulder Highway now are people entering from these side streets that go east and west that cross the highway. And so what good is it for regional commerce and commuting and these kind of shorter trips that people are making if they hit a wall? But then if you know, it's a lot of it's really slowing down and saying, well, look, if we're going to change the lights and make everything where it's designed more for shorter trips, slow the speeds down, narrow the roads, let's actually narrow the road. And so that's, again, part of these interim improvements is, okay, push the bus lane all the way out to the shoulder, do painted concrete. We talked earlier in the live stream about the Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Devices, the book that governs all the road signs and pavement markings, right? Red is now officially the color of transit. I was just at a conference in Sacramento. The Institute of Transportation Engineers had their conference, and one guy who was on one of the committees was advocating for bicycles, was still pretty upset. He goes, oh man, I wanted red for bikes. He wanted, because it was really visible and it makes it very clear, do not enter, this is for bikes. And he said, transit beat us to it. Transit got the red pavement and red signs, and so they ended up with green. And so green is now officially the pavement color and sign color for bikes, except for all the navigation signs that were already green, but it's a different color green, right? So you're on the freeway, and you have the big green overhead signs, those are going to stay green. But this kind of more like, you know, green, that's for bikes now. So you have your red pavement for that. And then you notice you have 2 through lanes on each side, which is plenty. And then you have this like other lane on the other side, and there's a curb separating it out. And kind of almost like frontage roads that they want to put on this thing. One of the problems that makes this road really dangerous, not just for people on foot, obviously, you know, baking in the searing heat, is that you have too many driveways. And so this road, I think there are sections I saw the speed limit was posted down to about 35, but let's be honest, most people are probably doing about 50 or more, because that's what this road is designed. And one of the problems Regional Transportation Commission points out is, again, somebody comes to this driveway here, wants to make their right turn out and keep going down the highway. Onto Boulder Highway. They're pulling out in front of a car doing 50 or 55. And so that you have a pretty bad rear ender type crash risk here that could cause a lot of injuries, certainly a lot of property damage, maybe even some fatalities. Why? If somebody wants to be doing 60, 70 miles an hour, Interstate 515's over there. It's built to modern standards. Interstates don't have any driveways at all by design because they're built to better standards. This was built in the 30s. They didn't have standard access management standards back then. That's what engineers call controlling driveway accesses. Access management, which they have a problem with that term because in computing, there's something also called access management. So then they were trying to figure out, okay, well, we need to brainstorm a better term for something about the number of driveways that are allowed to connect to a road. If we're not going to call it access management, what do we want to call it? You know, because access control sounds almost like a law enforcement thing. And they're like, well, maybe we could specify. We don't want to get confused with computing. Okay, we'll call it roadway access management. RAM. Oh, so that one was out. So if any of you are the creative type and have a better idea for a term for access management, I can pass it along to my graduate advisors. That's his world. So anyway, that's phase one of some of the things that Regional Transportation Commission is trying to address. My papers get to page 2 here. Is that page 2? Okay. So their ambitious goal to try to add that fencing and to try to make this a little bit safer, to have the driveways turn out into the frontage roads instead of having them turn out directly into the highway, because you could have a slower frontage road off to the side, right? They're hoping to do that within 0 to 5 years, they're saying, but a lot of it's they got to identify money to do it. Nevada do have some good gas taxes and sales taxes and things, so that can help. You know, it's a pretty reasonably well-funded state for transportation, so they probably will find something, but they do have to identify a source, maybe a federal grant. You know, we'll have to see what they end up getting. After that, then trying to identify the next set of funding, which they would hope to do over the next 5 years after that, is phase 2. And you can see that now what they've done is said, okay, well, yeah, we'll still do these side roads if we can, but what if we really got in here with the greenways? And you can see on the one side where they really don't need to have much of a frontage road there, they've planted what they call a linear park. I don't know that they actually want to use it as a park, because that have playing, you know, bring your kids out to ride their bikes halfway between the bus and the through lanes. But at minimum, a lot of plant life to really start cooling the area down. One of the challenges with this, though, is look how green that is. Where's the water coming from? I really don't think that the Southern Nevada Water Authority, or whatever it's called, is going to get really excited about RTC planting grass. And the good news is I don't think RTC are planting grass. I think they had some civil engineering rendering software, and you put in the thing to show that it's a greenway, and so it makes it green, because most software is not designed to have Las Vegas landscaping in it, right? But the challenge with that is, again, what type of plants do you plant? But at least these could happen because they're not on private property, they're on public property. Again, if we're relying on private property owners to provide all the trees, we may be waiting a long time. All right, before we get to the ultimate phase of what they hope to accomplish, let's get caught up on some comments here. So we talked with Combat Wombat again, thank you. Decrypting Electrons with the super chat says, your content is great, Rob. Thank you. Well, I appreciate that. James Lem or Lemmy, I apologize, I'm pronouncing your name wrong, with another super chat. We're with the super chat here. Thank you very much. Writes an idea to replace the term access management with inlet management. That's good. There's only one problem. There's also outlet management, because it's also controlling where you can exit. So again, think like a freeway, which has ultimate access management. You're totally controlled with your inlets and your outlets with the ramps, on ramps, off ramps. On a city street, it would be driveways. but the driveways are not necessarily exclusive. You open up a driveway, it might only be an outlet, or it might only be an inlet, depending on the nature of the roadway. For example, here we're talking about, this is another type of access management here, right? We're allowing inputs, or I guess this is from the perspective of the road, right? So that's an outlet, an off-ramp, if you will, into that shopping center. And then on the shopping center, we're restricting the lefts out. Let me turn the camera a little bit so you can see. See how it has that channelized island right here. That's keeping traffic from making a left turn. Not that they would be driving across the island anyway, but to make it really clear, there they are, that they can't make a left turn. So that's why they circle back around again to the term access management, right? Because it's just access in general, but you know, it can really depend on both inlets and outlets, I guess. So, but thanks again, James, for your super chat. Sad nano engineer. Oh man, nano engineering sounds really cool. Why would it make you sad? I mean, I'm not exactly sure what makes engineering nano, though. I just know it sounds fancy, and it's something that, like, you always talk about. Oh, we're gonna do nanofibers or whatever, and it's gonna change the world of materials. And I don't know what a nanofiber is unless it's small. Does nano mean it's tiny? Anyway, but you're with a double-digit super chat. Thank you very much, and hopefully you'll be a happy nano engineer. But says, try crossing the street. Here's an advance on the hospital bill. I warned you. If you guys egg me on enough. Problem is the ticket. I am wearing an orange vest, so sometimes look, again, not getting political, but they have that concept of privilege. And I go like, I don't know. I don't know if that's a thing or not. And then I'm walking down the street with a TV in the dark years ago, and the cop goes by me and doesn't care. You know, I'm like, huh, okay. And then I've learned, and this is not a racial thing, but just maybe an age thing, but being a man in my 30s, still barely, wearing a vest like this, who looks like I know what I'm doing, and you can get away with murder walking wherever you want. They seem to think that you're like, oh, yeah, he's part of the road crew. I mean, that was the video where I was down in San Diego, and I was riding that child scooter, and KUSI, the low-budget news station, was there, and just assumed I worked for the city of San Diego, and I was just goofing off with the scooter. So maybe with an orange vest, I could just, well, we can go for it. I don't know. There's no traffic coming. I'm going to put the mic down because I need both hands. All right, nobody this way. We just casually walk across. But see, this is where the crosswalk would go. And so you don't really have much conflict. Like this left turning vehicle doesn't conflict with me at all, which is pretty great. Right? And then the theory would be over here, I'd have a second RRFB, or rapidly something flashing beacon, right? And the RRFB's goal is I'd hit it, I'd only have 2 lanes to cross instead of all of these. It would go, bup, 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 again, left turn, not conflicting with me. So that's what I'm saying, these places here might not actually be all that bad of a place to put a mid-block crosswalk, because you're already providing the access at these 8th mile places anyway, to accommodate the left turns. Well, just, you know, kill 2 birds with 1 stone, and just make it where it also accommodates the pedestrians at the same time too. So I do think it's definitely a clever idea. So there you go. I hope you got your $10 worth. And I didn't die, so I get to keep it. This doesn't go to a copay, right? Let's take a look here and see what we got here. Oh, Joshua Maya with a super chat. Thank you very much. Says, hey, Rob, love the videos. I live in Eugene, Oregon, I assume, and wonder your thoughts on what if converting bus rapid transit to light rail. I live right next to the EMX BRT line. This is the catch. I have heard, who was I talking to? I was talking about this, but this is the catch-22 of, I think I know what it was. I think it was actually off the record, so I really shouldn't be saying who it was. Somebody with Metro in LA. So LA has a really good bus rapid transit line. I mentioned in one of my videos, the Orange Line. It's older than the Emerald Express one that you talk about in Eugene. But the Orange Line, they did that as a way of getting around a weird California state law where somebody was saying, I don't know what their logic was, but I don't know if they were anti-transit or if they were trying to force really good transit. But the theory was, if you're going to build any more rail in Southern California, and I think it was the San Fernando Valley specifically, north of LA, you have to put the train in a tunnel. And that effectively killed light rail in the San Fernando Valley. And so you have an area with a population of 2+ million people with effectively no transit. And it wasn't that Metro didn't want to build light rail, it's just the state law prevented it. But the law said train, it didn't say bus, so they converted their light rail project to a bus rapid transit line on a dedicated right-of-way. And it worked, and it's had pretty good ridership. If it was a light rail system, it'd be one of the most ridden light rail systems in the country. It is really good, at least pre-pandemic, it was really well ridden. The challenge, here's the challenge of the Emerald Express and the light rail system is, in order to justify upgrading it to light rail, you have to show that the system's successful. Otherwise, why would you put in light rail, right? Spend more money on a failing system. But if the system is successful at being bus rapid transit, well, why do you need to spend the money to upgrade it to light rail when it already works? So I think the issue they're having with the Orange Line is that eventually you do get to a point where you could have better frequency, you could have longer vehicles, because a bus can only be so long, right? There are federal rules on how long a vehicle can be, but a train, you can latch 4 cars together and have a really long train and really increase your number of passengers who can board comfortably per bus. And so LA, again, pre-pandemic, was, I think, on their way to maybe eventually converting the Orange Line, but that's with huge LA ridership numbers. I don't know that Eugene's ever going to have that kind of ridership where they're going to say, oh gosh, yeah, we can't, the buses are too crowded, so I guess we better switch to trains. If you already have a thing that works, then I think it's hard to make the case. And so it's something that I've always said it myself, and I've wondered if I've been wrong, where I've said, oh, if you do bus rapid transit right, you set the stage for later, you have the right of way and you can upgrade it to light rail. But I don't know of any project that's actually done that. Again, for the same catch-22 I've been mentioning. So I'm not sure what to think about that. I suppose if Eugene grew in a significant way, like doubled in population, the county and the state don't let the growth boundary grow, so it like builds really dense, which could happen. And then all of a sudden, yeah, you're just devastating those bus ridership numbers. There's just tons and tons of people, and there's never a seat. And this is the other problem you have is, what do you do with your bus system while you build the train, right? So you have this nice dedicated right-of-way where the bus goes, but you're ripping it all out to put in the train tracks. So does that mean you just dump the bus onto the city streets for 2 years while you build the tracks and destroy your bus route? Because the whole reason why you had so many people riding that bus route is because of how quick it was. But now for 2 years you're destroying it, and then you have to build that ridership base back up. And so you've also have this $1 billion, $2 billion light rail line you built, but the ridership is lower than it was before you ruined it, ripping it up. So I think in terms of money and stuff, I don't know. I'm not familiar with the project where they've done that, but I'll keep an eye on the chat. Somebody might have seen. But that's still caught up here on Super Chats. But thanks again, Joshua, very much for your Super Chat. And I need to ride EMX next time I'm in Oregon. Last time I was in Eugene for such a short period of time. Is Eugene the town that has the 24-hour food for less? I can't remember if that was Medford or Eugene. It might have been Medford. I stayed somewhere, and I forgot my toothbrush or whatever, and I thought, oh man, is there a Winco? And there was no Winco, or none close. And I was like, Food for Less, that's open 24 hours. But I thought Kroger owns them all. Kroger closes all their stores at 11 or midnight. And it turned out it was this weird one-off Food for Less that's only in Medford or Eugene. So it was great. It was open 24 hours. They had a lot of items you wouldn't normally find. It was, only store open, so it was a hopping place with tourists and, unhoused alike. So anyway, thanks again, Joshua. Let me jump back over to the live chat here before we get talking more about the final thing here. So, or the phase 3, not. Your vest is kind of shining in the sunlight. Well, I hope it's not too distracting. Part of why I didn't used to use these high, class 3 vests, class 2, class 3 vests. I'm not sure which one this is. And I just had the plain orange vest. Is on camera, the sun can do weird things to these reflectors. I had to wear this vest. I bought it because I was going up on the tour of the big flyover ramp to State Highway 58. And you have to wear, engineers call PPE, personal protective equipment, because there's heavy equipment there. There's minimum standards and things that they expect of anybody who's on the site, even visitors. And I didn't want to wear a bunch of stuff that said Caltrans and stuff. You see that with local news reporters, right? Local news reporters don't have their own personal protective equipment. They'll go out on a construction site and they're wearing all the construction company's branded stuff. And I'm like, well, I don't work for them. I work for you. So I like to have my own branded stuff. So I bought my own hat. I found out gray is the color that visitors have. And I got this. And I started wearing this in a few videos, and I realized it doesn't look too bad generally on camera. So that's why I've got it. But let's see. Jovet writes, I'm pretty sure Kroger doesn't own Food for Less. You might want to double check that, because I believe Ralph Smith's Food for Less, at least the Food for Less is out in California and Utah generally. But the one particular Food for Less I was talking about was not corporate. It was a one-off. But I don't know why we're talking about it. Can you talk about the new changes in the MUTCD, writes Wyatt Smith? Oh, yes, I can. So there were at the ITE conference almost an entire day of speakers talking about, because the new MUTCD coming out is like, it's almost like the draft in sports, right? Where it's all anybody talks about, because the world that you've known for a season is totally changing and everything's up in the air. The good news with the MUTCD is that there aren't drastic changes, but there are a lot of little things that add up. For instance, it used to be anything that had to do with bicycle infrastructure was scattered throughout the manual. A little bit here, a little bit there, added piecemeal. They have an entire bicycle section now. And so now cities can start to actually roll this stuff out. One thing I didn't know is how strictly, particularly the states, are at following the new MUTCD because of liability. So if the state puts the signs up wrong, contributes to a major car accident with death and dismemberment and all this stuff, and the accident attorneys, the bus billboard guys, Glenn Lerner is the way to go, call 877-1500 people, can prove that the state had some culpability in the crash because they weren't following engineering best practice, right? And so I know California, they've passed a law saying, okay, the new MUTCD goes into effect. I think the rules are, the manual came out earlier this year officially, and then states have, I think it's 18 months or something. There's like a specific date that I don't have the notes for. But there's a specific date where that manual effectively goes into federal requirement. And so states are passing legislation to also match that and say the new traffic signs have to be on this date. So it puts states in a weird position, because you think you want to plan ahead, say, I'm doing this major road project, so we'll put in the new sign now as part of the new project. But if that new sign were to contribute to death and dismemberment and a big lawsuit, but it wasn't officially the law of the state of California or whatever state you're in at the time. So then states are like waiting until that specific deadline, but then they're not going to go change all the old signs out, because I guess if you go to court and you say, well, the sign was an existing sign that was following best practice when it was installed, but it did not yet reach the end of its usable life, then juries and judges go, oh, okay, that's fine. But I guess if you do it the other way around, say, we put the new sign in too early. So one of the things that's going away that California's done is, if you have a bicycle lane, you can put those arrows down that says it's a bicycle lane. You can put green underneath it. You can put green underneath the entire lane. But what about, they call these sharrows, where you have to, an arrow that indicates that you have to share the lane with a bicyclist. And they'll paint those on a regular travel lane, typically in a neighborhood where there isn't enough space. Usually what happens in the neighborhood is there's on-street parking. So you'd say, oh, well, we'll just take the on-street parking away and make it a bicycle lane. But the problem with that is people like to be able to park in front of their house, and so they go out and they get mad, and they're like, we'll vote you out if you support this or whatever. And the city council comes back and says, no, keep the on-street parking. So you say, okay. What we'll do instead is we'll paint this little arrow to remind people going down the neighborhood street, okay, you have to share this outer lane with bikes. It's pretty lousy. I don't know that it does a lot of good. One of the things a lot of California cities have done that was not in the MUTCD, but it wasn't forbidden, was they would paint a big green circle underneath the sharrow in the travel lane to make it really clear, okay, you have to share this lane with a bike. Well, the new MUTCD forbids that. They say, no, the green is in a bicycle lane. It indicates a bicycle lane. You can't put green in a lane that cars are driving in at all. But because of this weird bureaucratic loophole, the presenters kind of indicated is, so by this date in 2025, you're not allowed to do it anymore. So if any cities want to have this, you better get it painted on the ground before this date in 2025. And then you can let that pavement marking live out its natural life of, however many years it's going to last. And then you just can't replace it after that. And so, anyway, it's, like I say, what really impresses me about the MUTCD is, one, it's driven by science. All the changes that they were trying to roll out, you actually have to have data to back it up. So they'll do experiments, but if the experiments don't indicate an improvement in safety and in clarity for drivers, these things go away. They want to try to keep the signs and pavement markings as simple as they can. So the fact that now you legally can, without even it being an experiment, by right, paint a bike lane green the whole way, there's enough safety benefit in data where cities have indicated it's reduced crashes and injury. So that's pretty cool. The other is, it's a moving target. You have advocates from all kinds of different states all coming together and indicating, yeah, we really wanted to try to get this thing in the MUTCD, but we didn't, but we'll try again for the next one. And they're already talking to each other to try to plan for the next MUTCD in another 10 years. Transit, the little blinking lights, they've standardized it now. This means a white line like this means you can go. A white line blinking is kind of like the yellow light for a train, and then a solid line like this means stop. And that's a change from some cities that have like blinking triangles and trying to do different shapes. They've standardized it out for a train on a city street, sharing a mast arm with cars. That's the standard. And I know the city of Portland mentioned, an engineer there, they had just upgraded all their signals, but they have the blinking triangles. And they're like, well, so are we obligated to go in and tear out all of these new signals that we just put in, when clearly a transit operator is trained and professional, and they'll know what that means, even if the standard is a blinking bar? And so these are the questions engineers have to grapple with, right? Because if you don't upgrade the stuff, you might be at risk of a lawsuit. But if you upgrade everything, you can't afford it. And it's trying to weigh like the costs and benefits of it, of standards that frankly they're backed by science, but they're arbitrary. It's a bunch of committees getting together and trying to make a decision about you know, things that can happen. But I wish I go into more specific detail, but I don't have my notes, and it's a good thing I don't, because they'd be ruined from the rain. But yeah, that's a little glance into the modern MUTCD. So, okay, got a super chat, double digits. Well, thank you very much. This is from Trainmaster Pie. Pie as in, you know, pie, not pie as in pie. Trainmaster Pie 3.14 writes NDOT. I'm assuming that's Nebraska. We'll find out. Oh, Nevada. Okay, context clues. NDOT Nevada replaced several exit signs on Interstate 11 recently that are inaccurate, and I can't imagine how they got approved. Reno did too, and they confused me on a trip up there. Exit lanes aren't labeled correctly. And that's from Trainmaster Pie. Do you want to message me which ones they are, just for my own entertainment, so I can go see? Because one of my pet peeves about exit-only signs, and there's ambiguity in the MUTCD, and it's still there, is if you have 2 lanes exiting, there are multiple ways you can mark it. One of them, the California approach, is that you have a green sign, but over the particular lane that is what they call a trap lane, an exit-only lane. That lane forces you to take the ramp. And then you typically have a second lane where you have a choice. You can stay on the freeway or you can merge off, right? Over the exit-only lane, you'd have an arrow pointed down, and then like California puts something next to it that says well, they cheat and just put something that says only in yellow, but you're supposed to put something that says exit only in yellow. Or over the entire lane, you can put a yellow strip with black text, and next to the arrow it says, you know, exit only. But they have another one where you do this yellow strip all the way across, and it has 2 arrows pointing. See if I get the direction right. Pointing to the exit. Is that correct? It's, I'm mentally trying to mirror it, but then I'm seeing a mirror image of myself, so you should be seeing something probably like this. Like that. Yeah. Say you have two lanes exiting like this. They're both yellow. So you think, well, if they're both yellow, they both must be exit only. It's 2 trap lanes instead of 1. And I've seen it used, 2 trap lanes, 2 yellow arrows. But they also use it for the ones where it's one is forced to exit and the other has a choice. And so it gets, that's something that I thought that they were going to fix with the new MUTCD, with having the arrows pointing up and then like that, and so you can see if they split, versus if it's just a right arrow, then you know you have to turn right. But they've gotten, they didn't really clear that out. And again, a lot of this, that guy's still squealing his tires. I tell you, pickup trucks are like, now I hear honking. And more squealing. I think that guy's committing misdemeanors at this point, because I haven't heard any crashing sounds yet, but it's like Boulder Highway. At least the rain chased all the crazy people away. I haven't had any women coming up trying to offer me a blunt. Oh, that lady was nuts. Anyway, okay. Your PPE is now your identity. I do take this off when I'm not at work. I'm a flip-flop guy. You wouldn't think it. I'm a shorts and flip-flop guy. I wear flip-flops everywhere. I used to wear them in the winter. But when I'm at work, I dress the part, right? That's from your local sentient thing. Thank you for your chat there. Hey, Rob, I hope to see you today, but got distracted by things. Hope Boulder Highway is treating you all right. It's Zoo usually writes T-Rex. Well, that's nice of you. It's between the rain and everything. This is not the live stream to come out of your way to come crash. I save that for when the weather's nice, you know. Let's see where we're at here. So I got a couple of super chats here. B, the letter B, right, with a double-digit super chat, but no comment. This is your chance. You could have asked me anything. So I will talk for a moment about the letter B. It's second in the alphabet, but first in my opinion. I don't know. But thanks again for the super chat. I appreciate it. Joshua Myatt with the super chat here. Thank you. Says next time and you're in Eugene, let me know. Well, thank you, Joshua. That's very kind of you. Yeah, it's. I remember when I lived in Oregon, I didn't spend much time in Eugene because I was living up in Portland. But on the radio, there was a ad for Greyhound. And it'd come on with like this deep voice announcer and like kind of like cool music, like trying to make Greyhound sound trendy. And they're like, Greyhound now offers nonstop service from Portland to Eugene. So every time in my head I hear the word Eugene, I think about this commercial from 20 years ago. Oh, thanks again, Joshua. Trainmaster Pry writes again, another double-digit comment, another double-digit super chat. So thank you very much. Most of the exits south of Las Vegas Boulevard have some sort of issue. One only and one optional where both are labeled only. And I think that, yes, I will go look at that tonight when I'm done with the live stream, but it is my biggest pet peeve is when they try to make it indicate that there are, I'm going to stand over here because that's more interesting for you to watch. Everybody making their right turns and peeling out. Where they try to indicate that it's a double trap lane, 2 lanes must exit, and I think it's that same ambiguous. I don't have my pen on me, do I? Oh, I do. Hold on, let me draw it. A courtesy pen from my hotel here. Tell me if you think this is so you have your big green sign, right? Telling you the name of the street, and at the bottom over the lane it has a strip of yellow, but this yellow has 2 arrows in it saying exit only. That sign is, I think, is supposed to indicate that both lanes are exit only. There's no green underneath any of the arrows. So, and I've seen this sign used both ways, and it's ambiguous. And had I been, the sort of engineer would be invited to a committee, this would be the one that I would be grousing about as being a problem. In fact, when the first time I saw this being used, UDOT put it on a sign project they did in Salt Lake City. It wasn't when they rebuilt the freeway, the big way in 1996. I think it's when they upgraded those signs, probably around 2011 or 2012. But far enough along, I knew what the MUTCD was. And so I saw this, and I assumed the MUTCD was trying to indicate a problem. So I wrote UDOT. I'm like, hey, you guys got a problem. And they wrote back and said, no, according to the manual, it's fine. So it's still there. But other places in the state, farther down, it used to be, there was an off-ramp, 90th South in Sandy, Utah, was a double exit. And it used to have this sign back when it was a triple exit, actually. I don't know if it was a triple exit. Then when there was somewhere else in the state that they used this. But anyway. I hope so.
Hi, can I get a photo with you?
Please,
oh
come on in. I can't disconnect this, but if you want to come in.
Hi. Oh my God.
Yeah. No. What's your name, by the way?
I'm David.
David?
Hi,
Hi,
everyone.
That's cool.
Oh my gosh.
That's cool.
I'm a local here, so.
That's cool. Were you watching?
Yeah. I was about to go to the Walmart and you're on YouTube. So.
Okay. Well, that's cool. Yeah. Do you want to take a picture?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
You can do like a. There you go. Get the camera in it.
Welcome to Vegas.
Yeah, thanks, dude. What's your thought on Boulder Highway? Get a local if you're coming in.
Boulder Highway is one of the most dangerous bowling alleys in the entire valley.
Bowling alleys?
It feels like it because everyone's going 50, 60. Sometimes I saw a truck doing 80 earlier.
Oh gosh.
Up, so.
And all the cars on the cross street are the pins.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, absolutely.
Strike.
I was coming across from the Walmart because I know you jaywalked.
Yes, I just jaywalked.
I did not want to do that. I did not want to.
No, I don't blame you. But I thought it was a clever idea because the right turn conflict, the crosswalks, kind of works,
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
jogs over.
Right. Yeah.
And I'm looking at that in their little designs here,
Mhm.
wherever it went. It disappears in the final design. Okay.
And there you go.
Yeah. Yeah. I like that. That's clever.
Yeah, it is.
They need to do that right away.
I know, yeah, and it's so much cheaper than building the big pedestrian overpass you see everywhere else.
Well, and the challenge with the pedestrian overpasses, they're hundreds of thousands of dollars, probably honestly millions of dollars, right? Because you're building a big, tall building, but the ramp up to it, if you somehow could make the cars go underneath and back up, you could cross it level and it might not be so bad. But that's horribly expensive to have the cars go underneath. You got to move all the pipes and utilities and things. And if pedestrians go up, well, it's the same problem you have. You have that long extra walk because you got to go to the light and around and back. You're kind of doing that to people because they got to zigzag up a ADA ramp because you really can't put stairs on it because it's long. And I know one in one of my videos a long time ago is the one in Utah where it crosses over the freeway, and they put it in the neighborhood, and it was taller than the guy's house. So this is this is low cost. The RRFB blinking lights, they probably put those in for I don't know $100,000 or something. So they're not too bad. Yeah. So little things like that I think make compliance a bit better, but
especially for like crossing from the Walmart to the Sam's Town, because like there's a lot of people that stay at the Sam's Town, they need the Walmart, and I'm super excited for the bus lanes.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean they have the bus lanes, but to actually paint them, they're because I noticed that the compliance on them was not very good. No. I went to make a right turn on Desert Inn coming this way, and people were already trying to cut over very, very early. Pavement, it looks like striping doesn't last long here, probably baking in the sun.
Absolutely not.
And so it's really difficult to tell where the bus lane opens up and you're allowed to make a right turn. So people just assume it's, I'll just get over early. And so it was a real pain, but
it's always like that.
Anything else on your mind before you go?
Just that, I'm super excited. It'll be so good for Henderson, so good for Vegas.
You drive Boulder Highway frequently?
Yeah, I pick up my friends on the east side who don't have a car, so this is kind of my highway as well.
And once they fix it, you can just tell them to take the bus.
Yeah. We just need to increase the headways on the bus system, honestly.
So 15 minutes, right?
Well, on this stretch. Everywhere else, it's like 30 minutes, 60 minutes.
So it's 15 minutes, but only part way down, and the bus turns around and comes back?
I think so, but like it's a whole long big stretch.
Right.
Yeah.
So yeah, we were talking at the beginning about it being bus rapid transit and going, well, it almost is. It's a good system. I'm sure they stretched their dollar and got the best they could with what they could.
Absolutely.
But it's not as nice as like the ones in Minnesota that were,
Right. Yeah.
So.
Even LA. So.
Yeah. Well, thanks for stopping by, David. That's kind of you.
Nice meeting you.
So.
Yeah. Good evening, y'all. I'm gonna try to do what you did.
You caught. What's that?
I'm gonna try to do what you did.
Well, be safe. Like if I'm stupid, the consequence is me. If you're stupid, the consequence is you.
Yes,
so.
And you have the high vis.
Yeah. So it's up to you. You do you, but just be safe. So don't get a ticket.
Good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds good, David.
Nice meeting you.
I think he's gonna go. Is he going for it? Be careful. Well, I made it halfway. Safe. Okay. Well, good. All right. Where were we? That was nice of David to stop by. I really think with this live stream that the weather's perfect right now. I couldn't have planned it. If I'd done the live stream last night, it would be like 100 and something. The humidity's dying down. The sun is setting. It's like nice. This is perfect. Okay. Bewald, B-E-E-W-A-L-D with a super chat. Thank you very much. You write, hey Rob, I was the first guy that bothered you during the Oklahoma City live stream. I remember We're over where the viaduct used to be. Yeah, I'm glad you came by, because you were able to tell me a bit about, as somebody, you living in Oklahoma City, what the viaduct used to be like, because we were just standing there looking at a vacant lot and imagining what used to be there. And so, yeah, that was fun. That's right. Have you noticed all of the bots dots used around Vegas? Yes, let's talk about that. So Southern California got rid of the bots dots. So the theory is autonomous vehicles, the newer cars have, level 1, level 2 automation. It's very common, even in like a Toyota Corolla now, to have lane keeping assistance and automatic cruise control, right? And in order for those to work, they need to visually see the lines. The automatic cruise control, you could use a radar plate, assuming you buy a real car and not a Tesla, where they took the radar plate away. But I mean, don't get me wrong, I like Tesla. I just think it's dumb for them to take the radar plate out of the grill, and just rely only on cameras. Most cars, the radar can detect the car ahead of you and help make a decision to make sure you don't run into the back of it. But lane keeping assist has to be visual. It's got to be able to see these lines. And partly why California got rid of the bot dots is they have to manually, by hand, put every single one of them down, which, by the way, is one of my most popular YouTube shorts. Was just a clip from my video on bot dots, where it was just me going like, they have to put every bot dot down by hand. And it has like 500,000 views or something. Anyway, weird. Nevada have not changed their standards. They still do bot dots. In fact, they don't even stripe it. And so I've always wondered, somebody who has a modern car with lane keeping assistance, how well does it do in Southern Nevada with bot dots only? And do some makes see better than others? Let's flip around real quick and kind of take a look here so you can kind of see what I'm talking about here. But see that you don't have any markings per se. You just have the dots. Let's see if I can pinch zoom here. The phone screen's dried out. It should work. Okay, well, there's the ground. Now I'll pan up, and there you can see. So there's our 3 lanes in glorious 240p resolution, or whatever awful graphics you're getting there. But they're I mean, visually they're terrible, but people used to joke about driving by braille, because you're getting out of your lane because you immediately get feedback. Blah, 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 blah. And the reflectors that warm states do get to put down do that, but you get 1 per marking, because they're in between the markings. You get bump, 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 bump at freeway speeds. These are so close together, you get 4 per marking. Between the reflector and these, you get bump, 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 bump. And so you start going out of your lane, you get bump, 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 And so it's kind of neat to see that there still is a place that uses them, but I do question, even in Nevada, what their lifespan's going to be, simply because I think with autonomous vehicles and driver automation system, advanced driver assistance systems, you really want the car to get a nice, good look at the lines. And but then that said, these don't wear out in the sun, and you get down these other pavement markings, they start to get pretty bad. On the freeway, it was getting really hard to tell. I'm trying to think where they were using bot dots on the freeways. Yeah, I think they were. But the outer lane, where you're trying to figure the white line to show the edge of travel, so you know where the off-ramp is, to me, they just kind of vanish. And it would be interesting to talk to one of the vendors that does these and kind of see, is it something where they end up breaking down because of UV or what? But it does seem like the conventional striping they put down just doesn't seem to last. So pull the chat back up here. Chat, where are you? So that's from B-Wald again. Yeah, you notice all the bot dots around Vegas. Yeah, it's kind of fun. I haven't been to Dallas-Fort Worth in years, but I know 6-7 years ago, Dallas-Fort Worth was pretty aggressive at putting in a lot of bot stots as well. And I don't know if they're following California's lead of phasing them out. When you get up your way, Oklahoma City, I don't really remember seeing bot stots because I think you're far enough north, you can actually get freezing weather and snow plows sometimes, right? But anyway, yeah, another fun thing of Vegas while we're here. Okay, up next, T-Rex, which is a real clever username because it's not GER T-R-E-X, it's T-E-A-W-R-E-C-K-S. So T-Rex. Not sure how do you wreck tea? Do you like steep the bag too long? But T-Rex with a super chat. Thank you, right? So happy to see this talk about my hometown's road systems. Be safe out there. Boulder is a bit wild. Well, you saw about an hour ago or more, one of the residents of the area offered me a blunt and was not taking no for an answer, so I had to walk away because it's not my jam. So, Boulder Highway. I joked. I stayed over here like back in April or May. I was traveling back from somewhere, and all the deals are out here. You can find something cheap for the night. You break the trip up, and I had some Facebook posts to my friends, something like Boulder Highway, where the guy without a shirt who looks like he's talking to himself. You're not sure if he's a shirtless tourist on the phone or if it's somebody with severe schizophrenia. So anyway, Boulder Highway. But thanks again for your super chat. You're very kind. Pete Martin in the double digit super chat club, and by a good margin too. Thank you very much. Right, Road Guy Rob, have you ever done a video on Michigan left? What we call them in the Midwest anyway. Almost. So last fall, and you may be noticing why there's all Rob's videos about Carmel, Indiana. Well, last fall, I had the privilege of visiting Carmel, Minneapolis, and although I didn't do any videos on Chicago itself, I do have a video or two coming up that involve a company in Chicago. And since I was doing that loop, I said I reached out to the Michigan Department of Transportation's most southernmost district and said, hey, oh, we got some thunder. Wow, that was a loud one. And I asked the Michigan Department of Transportation, I said, I'd love to come interview somebody and do a story on a Michigan left. Michigan lefts and New Jersey jug handles are probably two of the most asked for topics. I want to do it. But their PR team never got back to me, and I was busy enough, I just didn't follow up with them because I was already, I think that trip took about 3 weeks. Carmel was a week on its own. And so Michigan probably would have added another 3-4 days to the trip. But I'll get back out there. That's that, and like I say, the New Jersey jug handles are ones that are popular topics. Oh, you can see the lightning there. I would be more concerned, except there's a lot of tall objects around here that I think the lightning would be more interesting than hitting me barely 6 feet off the ground. But if it starts getting crazy, we'll wrap it up. But I got another lightning over there. 1001, 1002, 1003, 1004. It's a ways away. We're all right. So the answer is no, I have not done a video on a Michigan left yet, but I will. It's going to happen. So thanks again for your very generous super chat. By the way, we didn't get a chance to look at it. The final ultimate design of 4 notes. How beat up that paper got from the rain. Okay. Phase 3. So this would be like 15 years out, right? If all went well, they could do 5 years, 5 years. This would be 10, 15 years out, right? So the theory would be, hey, East Side Cannery, that's the one just down there. So we're actually looking kind of in this general area. So what I've noticed they've added here is because they've moved the transit to the center. In addition, I think those mid-block left turns go away entirely because you wouldn't want cars making a left across the bus lane. So I'm not sure how that's going to pan out in the long run. But if you do get the transit in the middle, you get more reliable transit service because you don't have all the right turning vehicles conflicting with the bus. You know, here every time the bus is trying to go straight, you have to deal with everybody getting in the bus lane to make a right turn. Well, then there's somebody in the crosswalk, and so the right turning vehicles can't turn right because they're waiting for the person in the crosswalk traveling parallel to them. And so then you end up with big, service disruption. You get the transit in the middle of the road, all the conflicts go away. Anybody making a left turn, well, they're going to have a dedicated light, and the bus is going to be at a red light anyway. So it's, like I say, this is, I think, a reasonable change, but it does come at the cost of losing those left turns. And then I wondered as well, I go, well, you do lose those 8th mile left turns, you also lose those 8th mile crosswalks, right? And so I'd be interested to see when they get to this point what they're going to do about that, because you're not necessarily going to want mid-block crosswalks across an active bus lane either. I mean, maybe they just put it in anyway. But I did notice you have that center running transit station there, and there's a crosswalk there. So maybe taking advantage of the transit stations. But being bus rapid transit, I doubt it would stop every 8th mile. I think it'd be like every mile, So I don't know how that's going to all shake out in their plans. But again, I kind of get the impression that the ideas that they have now to do for today, that stuff's probably more shovel ready and not as aggressive, right? Putting in the crosswalks and some hawk beacons or RRFBs and painting the bus lane red and the bike lane green, like that's fine. Like there's nothing controversial about that. You get farther out in the future, I'm sure there's a lot of meeting with all the major property owners. They already have, as part of the study, they've been talking with all the advocacy groups and talking with the major property owners along here. And so you get to the point where you start talking about taking away crosswalks so you can have the bus service moving, and you start taking away left turns. You got to talk to the businesses, and so. But we'll see. Like I say, I think it's neat that they have a plan. They have an idea of how to take their problem and try to get it, better and better. It's not cheap. It's not horribly expensive in terms of transportation, but just the phase 1 stuff of putting in the crosswalks, trying to improve the lighting at the crosswalks, trying to make the bus stops into something a little more robust, kind of make them more station-like. That's $16 million. The phase 2, where they start to do the linear parks and add a lot of the trees, that's $90 million. That's going to be the bulk of the cost of this. And then to move the BRT into the middle is another 40. So, but when they're done, like I say, I don't think that you end up with anything that anybody's going to find unlikable. Yes, it does mean that traffic will be moving slower on this road. But if, like I say, somebody like me that's a speed demon, well, I still have the freeway over there. So that's not a problem. If Interstate 515, now Interstate 11, was not over there paralleling this road, I could see having a little bit of heartburn on this, going, well, yeah, it's good to make it safer for pedestrians, but to really slow the traffic down and reduce capacity, we're hurting the long distance trips. But we're not. We have a wonderful freeway over there, and that's what it's built to do. It replaced this. It's kind of like you get to buy a new car, but you hang on to the old one anyway. And it's like, but what you don't need a second car. What you needed was, I don't know, I'm coming up with an analogy on the fly, and I'm trying to think what you'd replace the car with. That you needed a wheelbarrow. I don't know. Okay, I got an analogy. It's like you had this old station wagon that you were using as a pickup. Hello. Somebody said Rob, but they didn't. Well, we'll see if they show up. You have an old station wagon, this old station wagon that you're using as a pickup truck. You're hauling gravel in the back and folding the seats down and putting bags of mulch in there. It does the job, but it's not very good. And then the day comes, you get some money, you go buy a nice F-150 Freeway. And you're like, that's great. Hi. How are you? Glad to hear it. Bye-bye. He said he's a big fan. So off he goes. So when you watch the live stream later, say hi. But you keep the old beat-up station wagon anyway. And you still try to use it sometimes to haul things, even though you have a perfectly good new pickup a block away, right? And effectively what this is doing is saying, no, what you need is a minivan to use for like moving people, not a beat-up station wagon that doesn't have enough seats to be a minivan, and it's dirty, and it's trying to still be a pickup truck, even though it's not a pickup truck because you have a pickup truck. Well, because we have a pickup truck, we don't need the station wagon anymore. What we need is the van. And so they're turning this road into the van, something that's nicer and does a different job. This is the wrong tool for the wrong job, but it was the right tool 100 years ago. You know what I mean? Now that we have the right tool, we can throw the old tool away and get the right tool. So I think it's kind of fun. Rain's coming back. See if how many comments you have here that keep me out here in the rain here. Let's go back to the live chat here. Just start grabbing a few random comments. The Burn Stuff writes, "Hey Rob, I hope all is well." Well, it's a lot nicer than it was yesterday. Let's see. Talking about the analogy, where I was trying to think, switching from an Econo box to a Maybach. Well, hopefully this doesn't cost like a Maybach, you know. Moped. Let's see. Boulder AC writes, Boulder Highway's been in need of speed reduction for years. I can't count how many bodies I've scooped up off that road. Oh gosh, I'm sorry to hear that. The bike lanes on the road are terrifying where it meets the freeway ramp. How long of a walk is that? Now we're clear down to Samstown. I think the freeway, oh gosh. There. Whoa! Got some, the freeway, I originally wanted to do the live stream before the rain happened of taking the bus down here and kind of being near the freeway to show that junction. But then it didn't work out. I thought with the unpredictable weather, I probably ought not to be totally reliant on the bus entirely. So came down here. But yeah, one of the challenges of freeway interchanges is the goal is you're wanting to move high speed to high speed really quickly. So where a freeway meets a slow speed street, you can just say, well, yeah, but it doesn't need to be high speed because people are already going slow anyway on the city street. Why do they need to suddenly be going 50 miles an hour to switch from the city street onto the freeway? But where you have a road that really on paper is designed to, as David was mentioning, he's saying he sees cars going 75, 80 miles an hour on this thing. Well, you can. It's a long straight drag. A long time ago when this was the country, some engineer took a map and said, okay, here's Las Vegas and here's Phoenix or here's Boulder City, and just drew a straight line because that's what a high-speed through route's supposed to do. And so we get to the freeway, yeah, you're saying, okay, the outside's a bike lane, but then you have the high-speed ramps to go from this high-speed road to a high-speed freeway ramp. And so it kind of eggs you on to kind of keep the cars moving, which is a good design if you're trying to go high speed to high speed. But if you put a bike lane on this, you're kind of saying, well, I don't really want this to be that high of a speed. And so that's something that'd be interesting to see. I know it's a conventional diamond interchange where you have a ramp off, ramp on, lights on both sides of the bridge. But it comes at an angle because the freeway meets a road that's parallel to it. So the Boulder Highway is a straight shot. It just goes diagonal. The freeway kind of does this. It kind of zigzags next to it. But at a certain point where they meet, they cross over each other, but it's skewed. And so those skews, when you're going with the skew, I believe they have, oh, we're disconnecting from my phone's getting wet. So, but it's supposed to be, you know, IP67 waterproof. So, but who knows what's going on. Maybe it just reconnects at 2 hours. I don't know. But as I was mentioning, because Boulder Highway and the freeway technically parallel each other, the ramp isn't like this, it's like this. And so if you're going with that skewed angle, it makes it really easy to just be clipping along and just go real fast. Well, if that right turn lane is inside of the bike lane and right turn have to cross paths somewhere. And typically they cross paths right at the freeway, right at the ramp. And so people are excited. You may remember the video probably about 2.5 years ago where our guest participant, the chicken, was crossing different types of freeway ramps. And Caltrans had a good study where they were looking at pedestrian safety next to car behavior at freeway interchanges. And if you have the ramps meet at a right angle, cars have to slow down enough that typically the pedestrian safety is a little bit better. But on those high-speed ramps where you have like a free right or a free right into a three-quarter turn ramp, that's where people are getting hit. And you think it's the off-ramp, right? Because you say, oh, cars are flying off that freeway going 65. That's where they're going to hit a pedestrian. The off-ramps are better because cars are slowing down because they know they're going off the freeway. They have to go from 70 down to, even if it's a free right, they're going to have to go down to 40 or 45. They're already on the brakes, and then as you're approaching the pedestrian, you see a pedestrian in the crosswalk, well, your foot's already on the brake pedal, so you just hit a little harder to stop. Where they got into trouble is the entrance ramps, where you have that free right or free three-quarter turn ramp to get onto the freeway. And so people were their foot's on the gas because they're like, finally, I'm out of the city and all these red lights. I can really tromp on it and get going. And so their foot's on the wrong pedal, and they come up on a pedestrian, they're less likely to stop. The reaction time's longer because they got to move their foot from the gas pedal to the brake pedal. And the way I'm thinking the skew is, I think the skew is in favor of Boulder Highway to the freeway, making your right turns. And so those cross the bike lanes. And so that may be something that this project, especially as they get into the later phases, may want to reconsider is there a way to move the bike lanes before the interchange so that they're all the right turn? I'm sure there's a clever way to do it. I mean, ideally, you'd have the bikes. Ideally, you wouldn't have the bikes in the road at all. As I've talked about, talk about it more in depth coming up in the next video, another week or so, with Carmel again. You don't want the bikes in the roadway at all. You really want them on a multi-use, big wide multi-use path off to the side. And then you can do things with a multi-use path. You could braid it with the freeway ramp where the freeway ramp goes over the multi-use path. And I'm imagining the cost on that may not be quite so bad because your ceiling height for a multi-use path to go under a freeway ramp, well, that's a lot lower than, making a typical highway bridge, right, where it's really tall, really wide. Multi-use path, they could probably do a concrete box and then put fill material up to it and then put the ramp over it. And that would be perfect because you could have the bicycle and multi-use traffic, pedestrians could be on it too, just kind of go underneath the ramp through a little short tunnel. But you know, that does start adding. I mean, when you're talking a project where their budgets are, you know, in the neighborhood of $16 million, $90 million, 40, so you're looking at 130 plus 16, so like $150 million. We start doing a lot of grade separation at the interchange for the bikes, you might find you double your budget. You have to start making significant changes to the interchange. So yeah, I think that's the hard part, is there's all these neat things we can do in transportation. There's an endless list of improvements for both cars and pedestrians and bicyclists. But the challenge you run into is there's never enough, and people really underprice how valuable this infrastructure is. And you'll hear all the time, I'm sure you have relatives who are like, I just don't understand why that gas tax keeps going up. They must be pocketing the money because I'm still in traffic. And it's like, and yet they'll do a major freeway widening through a town that's like, I lived in Salt Lake, I lived in Utah County, south of Salt Lake City in grad school. UDOT rebuilt with like innovative public-private delivery and, you know, designing the road while they were building it, design build they call that, and allowing the contractor innovate things to try to save money, and working like, I think, shifts 24 hours a day. They've rebuilt something like 25 miles of freeway completely, all new bridges, all new everything, in 2.5 years. It was amazing. And all the locals just complained about the inconvenience. They complained that the state was wanting to raise DMV fees or gas taxes to help pay for other projects. And they're delivering a project in record time, a fantastic piece of infrastructure, and people just complain. And so I think it's almost like your typical person assumes the road is free because it's free to use, free to walk on down the sidewalk, free to drive down, free to use your bike. That to build it, it's like, oh, what's it cost to repave a street? $100,000, you know. It's the Lucille Bluth banana joke, but in reverse, right? You know, it's one freeway widening. What can it cost? $1 million? Like, and they don't even begin to understand that, like, a repaving project, you deal with that millions of dollars per mile just to just to repave it. Mayor of Carmel, one of the sound bites I used when I interviewed him, he won't be in this next video. There's other people, believe it or not, there are other people in Carmel besides Jim Brainerd. Jim Brainerd was saying the cost to build a two-lane traffic road in the Midwest is, I can't remember his exact number, but something like $15 million a mile, you know. And so again, we really underpriced this stuff. So anyway, so if you ever have a family member who complains about how expensive roads are and thinks that, oh, how on earth does a highway interchange cost $50 million? I say, well, because you tell them you're building a building that you can park fully loaded semi trucks on top of, and you know what I mean? Like, if you built that as a building, and a lot of times people go, oh, okay, that makes sense. So, traffic cones rights. I wondered if you've seen the completed US 95 project. Are you talking the interchange on the north end of town? Yes, the Centennial Bowl. I forget what they call that. Beautiful freeway interchange between the 215 Beltway, which is not a state highway, it's a county highway, which is different, and US 95. And I think that's in anticipation of US 95 being I-11 through the whole corridor. I think they have it signed I-11 up to that. So when you get to that interchange, everything north of there is gradually deteriorates from interstate standards within a couple of miles. So they call that US 95 still. But if you go south toward central Las Vegas, it's now signed I-11. But it's very hit and miss. I've noticed driving as I've traveled around, it's really hit or miss as to what's I-11 and what still says 515 or US 95. But the Vegas, the old joke a native Vegas person would have about, like, yeah, it's the 515, but everybody calls it the 95. And it's like, hey, we're going to throw another number at you now. It's now the 11. and there is precedent for people hanging on to the old number long after the new one shows up. And you think, oh, well, we're calling it I-11. So the locals, they'll comply and they'll start calling it the 11. and not the 95. Well, you go to a different I-95. You go to a different 95, I-95 in Boston. The kind of is a ring road around the city. Used to be Massachusetts Highway 128. And you get talking to locals in Massachusetts, they're saying, yeah, traffic on 128 was terrible today. And I go, well, what the heck is 128? Oh, you mean I-95? Like, exactly, 128. So sometimes the local numbers just stick. In fact, I think Massachusetts DOT, just go ahead and consecutively sign them. So that when you're on it, it says 95, and then it has the square Massachusetts number 128. So maybe locals still call it 95. But, somebody I actually know, Pick Mir, writes, actually, he didn't say he was a big fan. He said, I need a new fan. Probably should visit an AutoZone. That's great. I misheard the guy when he pulled by. He said, I need a new fan. Let's see. Let's take a look here and see what we got going on. So, live chat. Bertha writes, do you ever plan to make a video as long as Phoenix Without Freeways video or longer, and if so, on what? Well, none of my videos I start off trying to make that long. Phoenix Without Freeways is supposed to be like 9 minutes. What happens is the story gets away from me. And there's a term, a friend of mine who's an English major talked about called murdering your darlings. You work really hard on something and you have to start cutting out things you love. And Phoenix Without Freeways, I didn't do that. And I don't mind, because I think the story of Phoenix Freeways because I got to interview Detour Dan. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I didn't think he'd say sure. You know, I reached out to the program director of KTAR and just said, hey, so I'm this, at that time, small YouTuber who wants to interview Detour Dan about Phoenix Freeways. Do you think he'd want to talk to me? And I didn't hear back for a few days because, you know, program director's busy, and I thought, oh, they'd probably get, you know. And she forwarded it to Detour Dan, and Detour Dan said, sure, let's come on Zoom. It's a pandemic. Let's talk. So that was a lot of fun. So I couldn't cut anything out of Phoenix Without Freeways. It was too good of a story. There were things. He's now retired, so I don't think he'd mind if I said there were things that the now retired director of Maricopa Association of Governments, his name escapes me now. Anderson was his last name, I think. But the other interview where he was telling stories that I kind of had to use editorial judgment to not attribute to him directly, because he was naming particularly developers and things that he was pretty irritated that they would come in and buy up land in front of their highway and try to jack the price up and just profiteer off of them. And they purposely build houses in the route of the freeway, you know, and so he had some fun things. I kind of alluded to what he was talking about with the story of there's a development up on the north end where the developer promised something ranch, and the developer promised, oh, we'll give free land for the freeway if you reroute the freeway through this free land. But Arizona was so new at dealing with urban development, and honestly, I think Arizona DOT got scammed. And so they rerouted the freeway that way and officially got the record of decision. Okay, Loop 101 is going to go this direction. And then they went to go talk to the developer and say, where's our land? And the developer says, what are you talking about? Free land? We're not going to give you free land. And so they ended up having to buy the land from the developer anyway, even though they went to all this trouble to reroute the freeway up there. And the challenge was the state legislature got pretty mad, so they did an audit of it and found that, okay, it was probably true that the state got a verbal promise from the developer, but the state never got anything written down, and there was nothing they could find. And so the state just ended up in a situation where, howdy, good, how are you guys?
We're here to pose for the camera thing.
What's that?
I said we're here to pose for the
Well, you can wave hi.
What are you doing? If you don't mind me asking.
We're doing a live stream talking about Boulder Highway and how wonderful it is to walk along.
That's great. That's the best part about it.
So someday they're going to actually add like crosswalks where these left turns
like
are.
they do down the road here.
Oh, do they have one down there where there's a crosswalk on the left
Somewhere
turn?
I went over here. I've only been here for a day, but yeah.
You're
Yeah.
gonna have to
They
pack it
definitely,
up.
especially with all the tourists.
Is
they
it,
need
is
that.
it waterproof?
Come on, let's go. We're
Oh,
out.
I hope so. Be safe. Anyway, long story. I'm sure at some point there'll be another long video, but I'm trying to. Phoenix without freeways took months. And so that's the problem is you could I could give you a 30-minute video if you don't mind a video every 3 months, or I give you a 10 to 12-minute video every month, you know, and I guess maybe I could do a 5-minute video twice a month, but the problem is it's really hard to get into the topic in 5 minutes. All my scripts start off 7 minutes and they turn into 12 or 15 very easily. This next video that's coming out, it's just about done. It'll come out probably in about another week or so. There are entire angles I could have gone into that could have made the video twice as long, that I restrained myself because I said, no, like if I want to go into that angle, it's better to come back in the future and do a full treatment of that rather than just kind of getting into. So, oh, we got some rain on the lens here. Okay, let's scroll down. Hero writes, hey Rob, I was in the black car that said hi. Hey, we now know who it is. I live on Boulder Highway. We have a big problem with crosswalk lighting, and the lights, we have lights, but people cut the copper wires. Well, I'm not surprised. Some of the patrons of the sidewalk do seem like the type of people who would cut copper wires. And I see that being a problem is when from above, if you look at like nighttime aerial photography or somebody's like YouTube video flying into Vegas, Boulder Highway, like the lighting is like perfectly spaced to be a highway, especially you get down south of here. But that's a problem. You could have the best lighting in the world, and if people cut the copper wire out, I wonder if there's. I mean, there has to be some developing, because this is a common problem. I remember Utah's DOT, and they have high mass center lighting in the middle of Interstate 15 through, like I say, that Utah County project I was talking about, where they did it in 2.5 years and people complained because it was too long. 25 miles in 2.5 years, I think it's pretty good. Somebody came with their pickup truck and stole copper wiring out of like 10 or 20 lights just by parking in the middle of the freeway. And they took the lights out of the copper out of the lights in the middle of the freeway. And what I think Utah's DOT said is they were going to switch to a different kind of metal that's like, it wasn't as good. I don't know what type of wiring it was. I'm not an electrician, so I could name a metal. Sodium, I don't know. So, to make the lights out of something else that was less like it, because thieves, the kind of thieves are dumb enough, they're just smart enough to know that if they steal your air conditioner, they can get scrap money for it, but dumb enough to realize that that's a waste of $3,000 worth of air conditioning. But they're smart enough to identify, oh, that's copper, I can get money for it. But if they open it up and it has more of a silver appearance, maybe they're less likely to steal it. And so that's a possibility. And in LA too, where we talked about the woman who got hit by a car in the dark, and the city of LA's had a huge problem in the neighborhood of people coming and harvesting the copper, stealing it. Ooh, we got lightning somewhere. One mile away. Well, that's fun. Let's see. Just checking to see, we caught up on the super chats. Oh, we got a new one. DH, $2. Thank you very much. Writes, who's the guy behind you? I'm assuming a guest at the KOA or at Sam's Town here, walking to Walmart, and they did the same thing that David did and I did, just crossing right here. It really kind of indicates there's a strong pedestrian desire there. And that's one of the things I appreciate is the engineering profession, you know, over the years. To hear the way the engineering profession behaved back in the 50s and 60s is really sad. And you know, most engineers I know who actually practice in the profession are very aware and put a lot of thought into trying to make walking better. A lot of times they're locked into convention or existing infrastructure, money constraints, but there's no doubt they want to make something better for somebody walking. 1001, 1002, 1003. Okay, that lightning's a little ways away. And so that's what's so exciting about a project like this is how comprehensive they are at really looking through the problem and trying to say, what can we do? And realizing people aren't crossing here because they're dirty, filthy jaywalkers who want to break the law. They're doing it because this is midway. It's almost exactly halfway between the lights. And there's customers on this side and a business on that side. And so you're going to have a lot of draw. You know what I mean? Like I appreciate that engineers are thoughtful that way, you know? So that's again DH with the super chat. Thanks again very much. The answer, I don't know who the guy is. Oh, another super chat. All right. This is from T-Rex again. Well, thank you very much. You write, last question for me. Any recommendations of books to learn about road and traffic engineering? And do you gamble and have time to teach a young grasshopper? Well, if you're asking me for gambling advice, this is my gambling history. I many years ago had my uncle force me to place a bet. I was, you know, early 20s, because sports and gambling, and there's just cooking, like there's certain topics that just don't interest me, so I don't get involved in them. And he took me to the Virgin River Casino in Mesquite. He took $10 of his money and plopped it down and spun the roulette wheel. He had me call red or black, and I said red or something, and it came up red, and we got $20. We cashed it out and left. He let me keep the 10 that I won. And I got thinking, I go, well, if I place another bet, I can never say I won all the bets I placed. So I thought, well, I'll just stop here and then keep my streak. I have, I think I did put a couple of bucks in a slot machine once, but I think I put $1 in. You pull it, you lose a bunch of money, and then it spits out this coupon that said like 35 cents or something. And the idea is you take the leftover and you put it in another machine, and then you could use it to activate the machine to place another bet. But I think that system is built on the assumption that you're putting in, you know, many dollars into the machine, or you won dollars, and so you take it and take it somewhere else. And so I have this thing that says 35 cents, and there are no machines in the entire casino that'll take a coupon for 35 cents. So I debated. I said, there's two hilarious things I could do with this. One is I could just keep it and take it home, or I could take it over to the cashier and make her cash out 35 cents. And I hemmed and hawed. I think I decided, just because there was a long line for the cashier, that I'd keep it as a souvenir. But I've moved since, you know, twice since then. I've lost it. I don't know where it went. But you know, so I learned a long time ago just enough about statistics to realize, like, roulette is red and black. So you think that's the perfect game. You 50-50 odds. And so, like, in the long run, you can't go wrong, because over the long haul, it's 50-50. You should break even. But roulette, the casino wins because it's not 50-50. It's 48-48-2. There are two green squares where the house wins, effectively making it 52-48, which means if I placed 100 bets, statistically I'd win 48, lose 52. House comes out slightly ahead. And all the games are more or less set up a little bit like that. And so that's where I got in, and I said, well, if I ever really want to gamble, what I want to do is I want to build the casino at my house, and then have the casino come to my house and play my roulette wheel. And they're welcome to gamble as many times as they want, and I don't mind paying them out or anything, you know, because I know in the long haul, I win 52-48. And so it takes all the fun out of gambling. At that point, to have gambling be fun, you have to think, well, I know that the statistics in the long run are against me, but I'm above the statistics. I've got a system. I'm smarter than the average person. And the thing is, I am so clumsy and have such poor luck. I'm not a competitive person when it comes to sports or anything else. And, you know, so getting in and saying, oh, well, Rob, you're better than the house. You could beat the house, right? I'm not a competitive person. I go, no, of course the house is going to win. Like, they have a whole building. I'm just a doofus who doesn't even know how to put the money in the machine. Like, you know what I mean? It's that old saying with the poker table. If you don't know who the sucker is at the table, it's you. And so, yeah, I'm not a real gambler. I used to be. Oh, man, my Vegas thing. Let me wipe this off here. My Vegas thing was the buffets. I loved the buffets. I sometimes would go to the Bellagio for lunch, and not often. I was the king of like the $10.99 lunch buffet. I knew all the best spots in town. Red Rock. If you had a car, I always typically do. You get in your car, you go all the way out to the west side, as far as you can go, West Belt route, and I think at Charleston and 215 is the Red Rock. A very nice casino. I've never been able to afford to actually have a room there because it's one of those $200 a night plus places. But they had the best buffet for like 11 bucks pre-pandemic, maybe 15 for dinner. And I would just go there every time. I'd be traveling. Sometimes I'd drive my dad because his parents were down in Southern California. And we'd make the trip so much longer because I'd have to swing a half hour out of the way to go to Red Rock. He was a good sport about it, you know. And then it went away in the pandemic. You do your typical Vegas traveler who comes for gambling. If the pandemic had made all the casinos disappear and how sad they would be about Vegas after that. That's the way it is for me. Circus buffet, gone. That was no loss. It wasn't a good one. Like all these buffets are gone, but the saddest one of all was the Red Rock buffet, which was so good. They really should have been charging 20 bucks for that. And the only one left, it's making some pretty colors with the rain here. The only one left that's even remotely affordable is the South Point. Because all the big operators, Boyd and Caesars and Station Casinos, who own, they just universally went through and just said, no buffets, we're doing food courts. And I don't blame them, like, all right. I think they're fans of interrupting live streams. But all the good, affordable buffets are gone. Now, the high-end ones are still around. The Bellagio's still there. I don't even want to begin to think what it costs because pre-pandemic, you're into like $35. Now, granted, they had, like a big platter of shrimp, lobster tail, like, just all kinds of delicious things. And if it was $35 then, I can't imagine what it is now. I think same thing goes for Caesar's Palace, but I think when I looked, they were running like 59 bucks. So, and the nice thing about going to a high-end buffet versus the gaming floor, I go on the gaming floor, hypothetically, and spend $60. I might leave the floor with 60, might leave with 100, might leave with nothing. I know if I go to the buffet, it's $60 in and at least $60 back out. There's a reason my doctor told me to watch my cholesterol. So, yeah, no, I'd say if you want to gamble, just buy shares in an index fund. S&P 500, let her ride. Okay, the phone's really wet, so let's see. Okay, books. T-Rex still on a super chat writing. Books to learn about road and traffic engineering. So one that really made a difference for me as a graduate student, I was approaching traffic engineering, having been, a radio talk show producer and a DJ, a news anchor. Like I was not coming from engineering, and I had imposter syndrome really bad. Imposter syndrome, right? There's always something in your life where you feel like everybody else around you hasn't figured it out, and for some reason their situation's different than yours, And so they're real, but you're fake. And so I felt that way really bad because I'm around people who have bachelor's degrees in civil engineering. They've passed the fundamentals of engineering exam. And I'm coming in being like, hey, so I know what a legal ID is and I can build a top of the hour bumper, but I have no clue what a vector is. You know, they're trying to teach me. I'm going to tip my camera just a little bit, my phone, so it doesn't get quite so wet. You know, I don't know what a vector is. You know, and I'm around these people who could go get a job right now as an engineer. You know, they actually have the education. And so I had imposter syndrome really bad. And there was a textbook in the real traffic engineering class where it goes through a little bit of all the traffic engineering. And it's a textbook. It's got problems in it. But it was written pretty clearly. And if you want to send me an email, I can't remember. I want to say one of the authors was Roess, R-O-E-S-S. And I think it's called Traffic Engineering. It's McShane, Roess, and somebody else. But I've got it at home when I'm done with this film trip. Send me an email, news, N-E-W-S, news@roadguyrob.com. Mention who you are and what your question was, and I'll grab that book and email you a picture of it. It's not like a fun book. It's not like Strong Towns, which I still haven't read. Or apparently the new hot book is Killed by a Traffic Engineer, which I haven't read either. I found out about it. Somebody sent me an email. I haven't had a chance to write back to them yet. But at the ITE conference, the Transportation Engineering Conference in Sacramento, you can bet that was a hot topic about the provocative title, Killed by a Traffic Engineer. Those are books. This one is a textbook, but if you kind of go through the textbook and kind of understand a little bit about each of the concepts in there, which, truth be told, traffic engineering concepts aren't really that difficult because we all drive cars, and so it has somewhere to land. You know, if you're studying cellular biology at an advanced level, we don't see cells. The organelles are too tiny to really, and even if you did, like, unless people made really good animations, it's hard to imagine. But even then, it's almost like a fiction. It's like, oh, somebody's telling this story. It's a cartoon of what's supposedly happening billions of times in my body. And so I think it's hard to get your head around. Traffic engineering, of all the topics, is great because we live it. Like, we live it, you know. And so if you have a driver license, you get probably half of the industry. You just don't know the terms, and you don't know some of the behind-the-scenes things that are happening. But you kind of do. Like, you know, oh, at some stoplights, the red and green turn really fast, and others are long. Sometimes I get several greens in a row. I've noticed that some ramps I have to slow down, but others I can go really fast. I know the water pours off the road. I know the signs are the same everywhere I go. I know not every corner has a stoplight, but some do. Well, there are terms for all of those. Signal timing, you know, slope, super elevation of the road, which is the slope of the, you know, some more vertical geometry or horizontal geometry of how big the curve is, the super elevation of how banked it is. The warrants allowing a signal in some places but not others. And so the textbook, like I say, email me and I'll get you the title. It goes through all the concepts chapter by chapter, and so you can kind of go through and go, oh, okay, like that's what a warrant is the rules about where I can and can't put a traffic signal. So that would be a book I'd recommend. So thanks again for your super chat here from T-Rex. CJ Brick, hey, good super chat. Good to see you. It says, love your live stream, Rob. Be safe in the little storm. Yeah, like I say, I lived in Oregon for for a while. I can't believe it's been almost 20 years now. Oh my gosh. Yeah, this fall, it'll have been 20 years ago that little baby adult me moved to Oregon. And oh man, what an experience. I grew up in the suburbs. I'm used to, you got to drive everywhere. you know, after the age of 16, you never touch a sidewalk with your feet again, you know. And in fairness, Utah's pretty good at having sidewalks, but why? If I moved to Oregon, I'm not bringing my car with me, right? And it was so neat. I was like, wow, like riding a bike is kind of nice. Like you know, there was different weather, it rained all the time. And here's the deep secret Oregonians know that I didn't know until I lived there. Every Oregonian knows that if you're out here in the rain and you get soaked, you can go inside and you dry off. And it's like, you know what I mean? Like I'm watching in Southern California, where anytime it rains, it's breaking coverage. Because TV stations in LA still have a budget, still have viewers. 4 reporters and a helicopter to cover the rain. And they just lose their minds. Like Walmart, back when, you know, years ago when Walmart was a little more generous, Walmart was handing out like disposable umbrellas to their customers because like it was raining outside, you know. And in Oregon, it's totally the other way around. I brought my umbrella, right? So I'm walking down the streets of Portland with my umbrella, and a buddy of mine who lived there, he goes, dude, put that away. Put it away. You look like a tourist. He's like, notice, nobody here is using an umbrella. You just wear a jacket that can handle the rain. And if you get caught and you don't have your jacket, well, you go inside and you dry off. Like, I was surprised that in Atlanta, people use umbrellas in Atlanta, but I guess they get enough rain. You go into these big office buildings with a big, like, you know, palazzo tile floors, right? And or terrazzo, whatever it's called, the, you know, polished floor. And they have little like baggies that you put your umbrella in so you don't drip all over the office building. And like I say, growing up out west, that was just foreign to me. I just never seen anything like that. So, but yeah, no, it's put it this way: being caught out here in the rain is a heck of a lot better than being caught in the you know, 100 and, you know, like last night. It didn't get down to 100 degrees until midnight. So, okay, what we got? Let's see what. See, traffic cones rights. You still haven't noticed that the light flooding that's occurring all around you. Are you sure some of that isn't just my camera's dirty? Oh, it made it worse. There's water everywhere. Like, so you're going to get really bad. By the way, if you ever have LASIK surgery, this is what the world looks like for, you know, a month. It's just like halos all over the place, and you think, you know, my vision was so poor. I was happy to have gotten the surgery, but I was a little bit terrified that it's going to stay this way. I go, oh my gosh, like I ruined my eyes, but it clears up and it gets better. So, not endorsing products, but if I were, PRK and LASIK, great. Highly recommend it if you ever have the money. Morris Ware writes, LOL, yeah, here in Washington State it's the same. No umbrellas. Right, yeah. Like, and I don't know if it's like just it rains so much that you'd be carrying an umbrella all the time so nobody bothers, but George K writes, I can imagine the California roads get super slick when the first rain hits. Yeah, and one of the things that was interesting about Portland roads is they were wet all the time, and so you didn't have that layer of oil that comes to the surface. Oil is less dense than water, and so you get this sheen of oil that kind of raises from the pavement, from dripping out of cars constantly. And all summer long, I mean, this fluke rainstorm, yeah, it's cool. Nevada gets it. California doesn't get, Southern California doesn't get anything like this. The rain disappears and it's gone for 2 seasons, you know. And so you have all summer long and all fall for drip, drip, drip with the cars on the freeway. And then you get that first rainstorm, the less dense oil rises to the top, and then people go to brake and they hydroplane because they're slipping on the oil and the water don't have a lot of great friction together, and it just people all crash into each other. Now, Oregon and Washington, what was happening is the roads are wet all the time, and it was saturating the soil underneath the roadway. And so if you ever walk across the lawn in the west, so I'm going to try to get this thing clean here. See, that's a little bit better. I wipe it with my shirt, but it's pretty wet. One of the challenges with Oregon is it rains constantly. It's not a big downpour. It's just kind of, Seattle and Portland is just misty all the time. And especially the springtime where it's had lots of rain for months. You try to walk across somebody's front lawn and you start deforming the lawn. Like it's just so squishy. It's just like you're not in mud, but it feels like you're on a layer of grass on top of mud. It just totally sinks. And that's something you learn about in soil engineering, is that the amount of water content in the soil affects its compaction ability to compact. So if you have soil that's totally dry, it won't squish at all. There's too much friction between all the little dirt particles, right? You have too much, it's just full of water. So when you squish it, you just push the water out of the way, and it like totally collapses. But if you have like just the right amount of water, it's still dry enough that it's not going to totally like collapse when you put pressure on it. But you have a little bit of water to kind of lubricate the particles. And if you're a soil engineer and I'm getting it wrong, please do correct me in the comments in the live chat. But that's the best I understand it in my rudimentary soil class. I barely passed. And the freeways in Portland sit on top of soil. Everything sits on soil. And there's so much water content in it that over the years, ruts develop. And so it almost, we used to joke when you drive on the freeway, it was like Autopia from Disneyland. Autopia at Disneyland has the concrete in the middle and concrete on the edges. So a little kid who wants to try driving a car, you're kind of in a guideway you can't get out of. And so you almost, not quite, but you almost could let go of the wheel on the freeway and go around a gentle curve, and the ruts would steer you because the road would crush down. Site in particular, I remember, again, this 20 years ago, was the 205 freeway south of Portland near West Lynn. It was really bad back then. So, but anyway, let's see. I want to try to get caught up on more of your comments here. Gabriel writes, Rob, please do a video on U-turn traffic signals and roads shared with trains and buses. I've seen a few in California of the signal heads where red, yellow, green, but instead of it being a ball, sometimes we put a filter on it showing, engineers will put a filter on it that shows an arrow. They'll put a little U-turn shape on it because there are wide streets where you can do U-turn. So that'd be kind of fun. Best way to accommodate a U-turn, though, is just a network of roundabouts. I mean, I'm not advocating that you have to do that, but after visiting Carmel, every street I drive on, I go, roundabout would work pretty good here. Let's see. KAKAH-TUKATZ writes, why does California use integrated exit tabs and not regular ones like other states? So going back, the theme of this should have been heat islands, but we've talked a lot today about the MUTCD, the Manual and Uniform Traffic Control Devices. And one of the interesting things about it is this manual that controls all the signs and things to make sure that all the states are the same. You have a national manual, and most states basically draw their law from the national manual. They basically pass a law that says, in the state of whatever, the national manual is what you follow. And some states will go a little bit farther and they'll say, well, there's a few things that we want to do slightly differently in our state that is technically in compliance. It's nothing that the Federal Highway Administration is going to come back and say that you're out of compliance. But there's just a few little nuances in our state that are just a little bit different. And so we're going to have a supplement. Oregon, I believe, had a supplement that said for a long time, to be compliant with Oregon state law, the sign couldn't say speed limit, it just said speed. So it was just something that was quirky about the state of Oregon's legislation. And what's going to, like 10th Amendment of the Constitution, right? What takes precedent? A federal manual that doesn't have any legislative power to it, but the power that states grant it. You know, there's no federal law that says states all have to follow the MUTCD manual for their signs. Because the nature of the Constitution, the 10th Amendment of the Constitution says all the powers that are not specifically granted to the federal government in the Constitution are given to the people, and by that, the states. So states have enormous power. It's why your driver license says state of whatever, not United States, is the 10th Amendment. And it's the same with all the roads. All the roads, except the ones in national parks, are owned by states or local entities because of the 10th Amendment of the Constitution. So technically, the state of California or Oregon or whatever, Nevada, could put up any sign they wanted. They could put a triangle-shaped purple sign up above the road. The reason they don't is one of the things in the Constitution is the Commerce Clause. It says that anything that has to do with commerce crossing state lines is a federal issue. There was a problem they had in the Articles of Confederation before the Constitution, was each state was acting like its own country, and so you would have like tariffs between the states. And so the Constitutional Convention, they made that very clear. The federal government deals with interstate commerce, and you're not to have barriers between the states. The trade goes totally across. We're one country. So if you stretch the Commerce Clause, it grants the federal government a lot of authority, because a lot of what we engage in our economy is interstate commerce. And so there's two kind of arguments to it. One is saying, well, cars can cross state lines, and so maybe the road signs are a Commerce Clause thing. The better argument that they lean into more strongly is a lot of the traffic that are long distance. We talk about Boulder Highway here being a road that was originally built Phoenix to Las Vegas to Phoenix. Well, that's interstate commerce, right? Because it's cars going back and forth across state lines. And somebody could get gas in Arizona, drive to Vegas, wear these roads out a whole bunch, drive back, and just barely when they get over the state line buy gas again. In the case of Wyoming, famously, a big semi-truck, one trip of a semi-truck can put like the wear and tear of 10,000 cars in just because of the amount of weight. You know, you think about it, like damage to the road is logarithmic, right? You know, I walk on the road, I put this much damage because I'm not really breaking anything. A car puts this much damage because it's not really breaking much more than me. But a big heavy truck, well, it really wears the road out, and so it puts a lot of damage. So you have a state like Wyoming, almost nobody lives there, so you don't have a lot of local people buying gas to maintain I-80. And a lot of the trucks get gas in Nebraska, don't fill up again until they get to Utah. So they went all the way through Wyoming and paid no money to the state of Wyoming, but did, you know, take advantage of wearing out I-80. So Commerce Clause of the Constitution, they say, oh, okay, let's charge a federal gas tax. And the federal gas tax helps, we can give it to states like Wyoming and help pay for the roads. But to be fair, we'll give money to all the states. There's a lot of, you know, even a terminal state like California that's up against the ocean and nobody's going east and west through it because you can't. There's still a lot of interstate commerce that happens. You know, somebody might get a bunch of gas in Nevada, drive all the way to Port of LA. Well, that whole trip, they didn't pay any California gas tax, so we'll give federal gas tax money to the state of California too. Well, if you want to get that money, you got to comply with the MUTCD. This is the road sign book. So a long way around, that's the backup of how they have authority to enforce the MUTCD. But they also are, like say, have flexibility, and they realize, okay, different states have state laws. Oregon has a state law, or had a state law, that said off of freeways, the sign is supposed to say speed and not speed limit. But the MUTCD sign says it has to be speed limit. Well, Federal Highway aren't going to pick a fight over that because they're technically the same. They're the same size sign. They both are white with black text, you know. And so, okay, fine. Oregon has their supplement to update it. Now, some states, California, Utah, I think Texas come to mind, they completely rewrite the MUTCD and just put all that supplemental stuff into a state MUTCD that if you really look at it page by page, mostly, other than California, are mostly the same. There's some minor tweaks to just comply with state law in that state, and those are written. The states work with federal highways. They write their manuals to keep them in, spirit of the law, compliance with the actual MUTCD. So they're a little bit different. Now, California is just bonkers. Like, they have on their MUTCD, they will literally go through and there'll be, they always keep the original there, but then they'll literally exit out, just cross it off, and have their thing next to it of, and a lot of that's to comply with state law or long-standing practices within the state of just how they do things. And so one of the things that the state was just, I'd say, not really in compliance with, but it was fine, it was with the spiritual compliance, is on their exit signs, forever and ever and ever and ever, they didn't put exit numbers. And there are a ton of legends as to why that is, and I don't know if anybody's alive today who knows the real reason. Some said, oh, well, exit numbers are to give you an idea of like how far you are from a state boundary, but because of California is a terminal state right against the ocean, and the boundary numbers start at the southwest corner of the state. The southwest corner of the state, it's like San Diego. Well, nobody cares how far you are from Mexico because that's not a state. Nobody cares how far you are from the Pacific Ocean, right? And so they just never bothered to put the exit numbers in because it was extra trouble. And they had a long convention of the sign just saying exit and having a number. So why did they just never, I think as recently as 20 years ago, you go to California, there were no exit numbers. The other urban legend was in the CB radio era of the 1970s, when people would come on and be like, breaker, breaker, there's a Smoky hiding in the bushes near, exit 17, slow down, They're like, well, if there's no exit number or no mile marker numbers, then there's no way for the CB radio guys to tip off where the cops are hiding. But I've never seen anything, it's a great story. I've never seen anything to indicate that was the reasoning, though. I think it was just something that was beneficial to, in case you're wondering why I keep getting short, there's a curb here. So I'm right at the edge of the curb. It's a great urban legend. It was beneficial to CHP probably, but they just never put the exit numbers on. I think newer generations of engineers at Caltrans, as the old silent generation engineers retired, and you had more of the baby boomers and Gen Xers engineers, probably wanted to be more in compliance with what other states were doing. Maybe you had engineers move in from other states. I don't know the reasoning, but the logic changed, and they started saying, well, we ought to put these exit tabs on, but they were literally tabs, like to put the exit number on the sign. Well, if you have your sign and it just has like exit. And these signs, a lot of them were built originally with the freeway. They built it out of material that they would paint green, and if the sign got vandalized, they could just paint fresh green on it. The green didn't illuminate, it wasn't retro-reflective at night, but they would put little cat eyes where the words were. So they cut out like a piece of plastic in the shape of the letter, and then put cat eyes on it. And then the idea was when your headlights would hit it, it'd reflect on the cat eyes, the whole letter would kind of illuminate and you could see it. So you'd see these letters floating on a sign, And Caltrans kept those signs forever. There's still quite a few of them left because they were like maintenance proof. Like somebody come and graffiti the sign and paint it green, wash off the cat eyes, and back in service, Letter falls off, you just put a new letter back on. And retro-reflectivity has gotten so good nowadays that they're putting new signs on top of those old ones. But let's go back in time. So it's 20 years ago, they start adding the exit numbers. They have these forever signs. Do you throw away a perfectly good sign to add the exit number, or do you just like stick something on there? And so again, I don't have an inside source from Caltrans or anything, but intuitively, if you think it through, it makes sense, right? Why throw away a perfectly good sign? Stick the tag on there showing what the exit number is, and you're good to go. Howdy. And then my guess is I have to take a look. You could, if you're really into this, Google the California MUTCD find the section on exits and see if the tabbed exit thing is actually in the California MUTCD. I bet when they wrote their MUTCD, they just built off convention. They go, well, we've been sticking these exit tabs on there, so we'll just, all the new signs will do that too, even though they don't have to. You know, I mean, California is it what, 1/10 of the country's population or something like that? So you have, like, it's almost like a country in and of itself. There's just so much inertia to keep doing things the way they've done it, that, you know, they find something that works and they stick with it. And so that would be very, very long answer to your short question. My short answer would be probably convention. They got used to doing something a certain way. California's, yeah, you know, and in fairness, California had manuals to control uniform signs throughout California before the existence of the first MUTCD. So they're a huge voice on the MUTCD committees, but they don't dominate it. And I think there's just kind of this understanding that California is still going to do what California is going to do, and you know. Anyway, on that long, boring story, I'm impressed. There's still 187 people here, so let's check to see if we have any super chats I've missed. Oh, we do. One from Jason Dent, who wrote thank you, and it's like a little emoji of a guy hopping up and down. Well, thank you very much, and that's an $A, which I assume is Australia. So I guess I'm getting late enough into the night that maybe it's morning in Australia, or late enough into the, let's see. I listened to, let's see if it's 7 hours to London, and then maybe it's 7 hours the other way. So it would be earlier, and if it's, oh, make sure people can get through here. This guy's got to make his right turn here. For a second I thought he had automatic start-stop, but it's just an old pickup. It has automatic stop. You know, he stalled it. But thank you very much again to Jason Dent. I appreciate that. Well, let's see. Jason writes, it's 2 p.m. Okay, so it's a leisurely weekend afternoon for you. I say weekend because I'm not sure what day it is. Probably Sunday for you. Let's see. Almost midnight on the East Coast. 2 p.m. tomorrow, writes Slug Biker. 2 p.m. in Sydney right now, writes Jovette. 4 p.m. in New Zealand, but Australia's a few time zones owner, writes Lawrence. CR12 writes, if I recall correctly, California's MUTCD now follows the national MUTCD standard for exit number tabs, but that was only changed like a decade or so ago. So that sounds like you have an even better answer because you sound more knowledgeable about it. I sound smart, but it's because I look things up or I ask people. So you guys exercise my knowledge. You ask me these questions. I go, I think I read something. Lightning Fan writes, there's a form truck drivers fill out with mileage driven by state and records that fuel tax paid by state. It's called IFTA. Using this form allows state fuel taxes for truckers to be adjusted. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that. Because, yeah, I mean, that was a lot of the rationale of the federal gas tax was trying to promote equity where you have interstate commerce. So, but if they even go farther in, you know, and that's also why there are federal motor carrier rules, right? Is I think the logic of, like, I have a state driver license because I'm a resident of California. 99% of my driving is California, right? But if you're a interstate trucker, that is the definition of interstate commerce. You're driving all over the country, and so you have federal motor carrier rules, and that passes constitutional muster. I mean, that's the fun when it's not, when the Supreme Court isn't political and it's actually like dealing with technical, logical rationale of constitutionality, which, by the way, is most cases. Most of the time, the Supreme Court's rulings, we never hear of them because they're boring and technical. We only hear about the superstar, edgy cases that get people all hot and bothered, no matter which way they rule. But that's one of the technical things they're weighing all the time is the 10th Amendment that grants enormous power to states, and the Interstate Commerce Clause, that the Commerce Clause touches almost everything, and that ambiguity creates the seesaw that opens up the discussion about what the proper role of the federal government is. Because you want some fun, go back and look at the history of federal involvement in roads, because there's a consistent theme. All of American history is the kind of anti-federalists who really bias toward the 10th Amendment, and the federalists who lean toward the Commerce Clause. And we see a consistent theme is states want to expand transportation, but typically don't have they usually can come up with the money to maintain it, but they struggle to come up with the money to build it. And so early on in the country, they built the national road, a way of trying to get people out to Ohio. And the anti-federalists, the Jacksonian Democrats of that era, who were kind of like the MAGA people of their day, really, very anti-federalists, they hated the national roads so much, the federal ownership of it, that they dismantled it and handed it off to states. And that's kind of been a consistent problem we've had back and forth, because one of the ways they got around it later is they said, okay, well, shoot, we can't just own it outright, because then the anti-federalists, when they're in power, give away the federal road. So what's something that the Constitution does give us power to build roads, so the federal government could pay to build this road so that the states can have it? And they go, oh, Constitution says you have to have establish a post office, and you need these nice roads, horse trails and things to connect all the post offices together. We'll build post roads, and that's how you end up with like the Pony Express route and everything, right? And the old Boston Post Road, right, where it connected the East Coast together because it was a constitutionally granted power. Finally, it was kind of the early 1900s where they struck a balance. And they said, well, look, if we keep trying to have federal ownership of the roads, we're going to get into fights. The federalists trying to push that are going to get into fights with anti-federalists. The road may get disposed of. So let's go ahead and we'll lean into the 10th Amendment. We'll say the state owns the road, but we'll give federal aid. And that's where they leaned into the Commerce Clause. And they said, okay, we'll charge some kind of federal tax to pay for this federal need, to give federal aid to the states. And that's what got the freeways built, was that kind of 1920s logic that we've been using ever since, of a federal gas tax that acts as a user fee to generate federal revenue that they can then give to the states to expand and maintain their network. In addition to state funds trying to cover everything else and do a lot of maintenance too. But the trouble we've had, and partly why you haven't seen like Interstate 11, why it's so slow getting built, is there isn't a ton of federal money to draw off of to give that federal aid money to build new stuff. Because the last time we raised the federal gas tax was 1994. And there just hasn't been, I mean, think about the presidents and administration since then. Well, the Clinton administration was about like balanced budgets and low taxes, and the Bush administration was about cutting taxes, and the Obama administration, when we were coming out of the Great Recession, we certainly weren't going to raise taxes, and the Trump administration wasn't going to raise taxes, they cut taxes. And the Biden administration, when we're dealing with inflation, the last thing you want to do is hurt starving homeowners with, or starving drivers with a higher gas tax. So it's never been politically expedient to raise the gas tax since 1994. And so we haven't done it since, like I say, the early Clinton years. And so, but for reasons I can't fathom, neither party ever advocated in a significantly successful way to index the federal gas tax to inflation. So had the federal gas tax been indexed to inflation and just automatically gone up quietly over time, we'd have a good pot of federal money and it would have built a lot of nice things. But we don't. And so kind of what's happened is sort of a budget mess where they know that the federal needs exceed the pot of money coming in from the gas tax. So they just deficit spend and just use general fund, debt obligations just kind of bolster it. Or I know in the Obama years, I think it was the FAST Act was the one that was passed in 2015 or something like that. They used tax revenue from flavored vapes or flavored tobacco or something like that. And so they passed some law saying, oh, this is bad, it's going to hurt kids, we're going to put a big tax on it. And then when they needed money for the transportation bill, they go, oh, well, yoink. And just took it and so it's just fascinating. You know, they do what they got to do. You know, politics and engineering are two totally different worlds. But transportation, they have to come together because we're big public investment, you know. So let's see, any super chats? We got Jason's thank you. I believe I have everybody's. Probably ought to wrap up here pretty soon, but the weather got so nice and you guys been asking good questions, and it's George K writes, my state has also used state surplus to build some new interchanges. Yeah, and that's what happened federally. Here, we're getting wind again. What happened federally also happened on state level too. So a lot of states started leaning into other things because they realized that the federal gas or the state gas tax wasn't covering everything they needed to do, and depending on the state, their approach to solving it was different. I know here in Nevada, there's always this like fight between Reno and Southern Nevada, you know, and Southern Nevada thinks they don't get love because the state capital's up north, but the people up in Reno and Carson City feel all the money goes to Southern Nevada, and you know, and they don't have a highway, a major freeway connecting them, so I think that isolates them more than most states. And I don't know, there's something weird going on here. And so what Clark County did is they said, okay, well, we'll just pass a gas tax increase for Clark County, since all of Las Vegas's metro is in Clark County, and then we will just pay for it that way, and that way all the people up in Reno aren't mad that they're helping fund, you know, the 215 freeway or I-11 to Boulder bypass. You know, they indexed it though, so that was smart. But a lot of other states, yeah, they'll just kind of do the same thing. They'll pull it out of general obligation. They'll just say, okay, well, yeah, like you mentioned, your state had a state surplus. They're like, oh, cool. Well, this deferred highway maintenance, let's spend it on that, right? So that kind of piecemeal approach to funding transportation works, but it's nice if you can build a system where you kind of set it and forget it. And the wonderful thing about the gas tax for so many decades is as the use of the transportation system increases, your pot of money increases with it. And so it's like a self-solving cycle. You know, it's the same thing that business has, right? The more customers who show up, the more money you make, and then you have money to expand. More people drive the road, the more gas tax they pay. That's going to be an interesting challenge when we all start driving highly efficient vehicles. Well, I guess you could still raise the gas tax. Plug-in hybrids. You know, can't charge a tax on electricity at your house. Battery electric vehicles. You know, and so now you end up with, well, how do you end up charging sustainable tax revenue, road maintenance revenue, if, you know, half your state are driving a battery electric vehicle? Well, the theory is you could put a tracker in their car and know where they drive, and then bureaucrats can be like, well, because you drove on this road, we're charging you this amount of money. Which is, like, from an engineering standpoint, a planning standpoint, that sounds really cool. You'd have all this data where everyone drives. But from a, you know, regular person point of view, that feels very invasive. I think that's going to be a very tough sale. You could measure somebody's odometer, but what if they said, well, I drove, you know, my car was out of state for half the year. You know, somebody drives it off to college and, you know, spends a bunch of gas tax there, and it's like, well, then do I have to save all my receipts and then like deduct it from the state, you know, that my car's registered in? You know, right now most states have just been chicken, and so they're just like, well, we got to charge, like especially California, we got to charge something, because I think I said last year like 20% of all the new cars sold were battery vehicles. So they're not going to be too long. Enough gas power cars are going to retire and get junked. And you're going to have a huge fleet of battery vehicles. So what they're doing right now is just saying, okay, if you're driving a battery vehicle, we'll charge you an extra $100, $200 when you register the car to offset the gas tax you don't pay. But again, that doesn't scale, right? Because somebody drives a little bit or drives a lot, and plus if you're paying a flat fee, you're what's the word? Subsidizing the people who are thoughtful and don't drive as much. Subsidize doofuses like me that drive a ton. And so, with the gas tax, it scales. You don't drive as much as me, you pay less gas tax. I drive a lot, I pay more gas tax. I drive a Honda Fit, I don't pay as much gas tax now. But, so it's like I say, it's trying to come up with policy. Even if you sit down from an engineering standpoint and you calculate what's the best way to do it, you got to take it to state legislature, and then there's a bunch of angry constituents, and then, so that, like I say, that's the problem with the VMT tax. There are people who've been talking for 10 years, talk radio people. If you're from LA, John and Ken, who broke up, thank heavens. Who John and Ken for years, in a very entertaining way, talked about how the state of California wants to track everywhere you go. They're going to put a computer in your car and look at everywhere you want to go. And it's like, but if you get talking to the people actually in charge of this stuff, it's like, that's not the goal. Like, the goal is to just know how much somebody drove and whether it was in California. And I mean, there's neat things they could do, right? Because if we're talking about scaling up based on how much somebody uses it, if there weren't privacy concerns about the state government knowing where you drove, they could know what roads you drove on at what time of day, and then spend that money, like say, okay, like if you're principally driving on the 405 freeway, all the people who've paid VMT tax, vehicle miles traveled, VMT tax on the 405 freeway, that money has to go to improve the 405 freeway or transportation that alleviates congestion on the 405. Like, that would be super, right? But again, it's invasive. So anyway, I don't know what the original question was, but I gotta. Oh yeah, George talking about surpluses. Let's see. Oh boy, we've gotten way behind on comments here. And let's grab a few. A lot of people register their cars outside of California, but their car is in California almost all year. Yeah, but if they pay California gas tax, then okay, the DMV misses out on the registration, but they get it back of the gas tax, right? I don't know how you do that though, because like, even if I have parents in Utah, I could register my car in Utah, I suppose. But whatever little bit I might save in the slight difference, I think I'd spend in gas driving back and forth each year to get the new smog and get the new sticker. I guess I could time it with a trip I was already planning to do, but that just seems like a lot of hassle. My car's due in November, so I got to fight the snow and everything to go get it smogged in another state. It's like, I don't know. I guess people wanting to register a car in another state, the advantage of that might be they don't want to pay, it's an old car and doesn't pass smog, right? So they take it to some rural county that doesn't have smog, but it's like, it's kind of a privilege of people who might be able to own a vacation cabin or something, I don't know. And then you get the hassle, right? You get pulled over by highway patrol, and they're rightly going to ask you the question, well, wait a minute, you have a California driver's license, right? And it says you live in this suburb of LA, right? So then why is your car registered in like rural Arizona? What? And heaven help you get pulled over by the same cop twice. You can say like, oh, I'm just borrowing a car from my dad, or it's it's our car that's normally in Arizona, but we just happen to have it in town for the week. And then you get pulled over a month later, cop's gonna write you a ticket, and it's just a hassle of dealing with that. Like, to save what, $100 in DMV fees, just pay the fees. MH08 writes, dumbest thing is the single lane express lane. Okay, so what you're talking about is on the freeway, used to be you'd have a carpool lane, and the carpool lane was a single lane. And the theory of the carpool lane was that you could bypass traffic and be fine. But you weren't paying anything to be there, so what's the point of worrying that you're going to get stuck behind slow traffic? The whole point of using the carpool lane is when the main lanes slow down, those of you who are being civically responsible and having extra passengers in your car can just zip past because that lane's more empty. You zip past all the stop traffic. Well, the problem they ran into is that's great, and you move a lot of people. Like, the goal of a carpool lane is not to move more cars, although it does. It's each car represents 2 or 3 people, so you move more people. But they were underused. Not enough people carpool. It's just the nature of travel in the United States lends itself to driving by yourself. So they said, okay, well, why don't we do an express lane? The idea of an express lane is you get the toll transponder. When you have people in your car, you flip it one way it doesn't charge you, but then you flip it the other way when you're by yourself. But rather than building express lanes out from the ground up, they typically just took these carpool lanes that were underused and allowed extra solo people to buy the privilege to go into the lane. And it had 2 unintended consequences. One was you accidentally chased out carpoolers who couldn't be bothered, but they have families and they're busy and they couldn't be bothered to get an express pass, that even though it would be free to flip it over to 2 or 3 people and use the lane for free. They couldn't be bothered to get the pass because it's a hassle. You got to set up an account and find a vendor that has the pass, buy the pass, the little transponder. But also, a lot of them, especially in California, charge a monthly fee. And so you're like, well, wait a minute. Why am I paying $7 a month for something I used to be able to do for free? Oh, forget it. I'll just wait in the traffic. So you end up chasing out more carpoolers. And then you have a lane, people are buying their way in, and then they can vary the price depending on how crowded the lane gets to keep it going. Okay, good theory. But now you get stuck behind a slow car in a lane that you're paying money to be in. And I know in the Bay Area, when I've been up there and I've used their express lanes on, I think, 680, I feel entitled to go as fast as, I want there to be no gap. I want if the car in front of me isn't keeping up with the car in front of them, they better catch up, because I'm paying who knows how much a mile, and I want to get my money's worth out of it. So now these solo carpool lanes, now you feel like, oh, I want them to be... All right. See, what was I talking about? So they're paying good money. It's like, well, now I want 2 lanes so that I can pass, so I can keep going. And so I understand. I don't know if I'm morally correct, but emotionally I am totally with you that I love it when the express lanes are dedicated. 2 lanes so you can pass or let people pass you. That's the other nice thing, is just as frustrating as being stuck behind somebody in a carpool or an express lane where you can't merge. You get the guy in the lifted pickup and he gets right on your tail, and it's like, what do you want me to do? What do you want me to do? No matter how fast I go, it's not going to be fast enough for you. I'm already doing 82 in a 65. And I'll let you by, but I can't. A double lane lets me scooch aside, let them by. They can go be the rabbit to go catch highway patrol. And then I can go 82 with impunity and know that highway patrol is going to grab his 96 before he gets my 82. Keep my insurance rates low. But you can't do that if I'm in a solo lane. So then either he's pushing me to go 96, which I don't want to do, or I'm just getting him angrier and angrier and angrier, and he may do something stupid. He may all of a sudden cut across the delineator flappy barriers into the general purpose lanes to pass me, And so I can understand that, like I say, morally, should we be spending billions of dollars to accommodate that jerk or my impatience when I'm stuck behind somebody? Well, probably not, but part of building transportation systems is it's a human thing. You build the best thing in the world. Like, ideally, just making the carpool lane move when the other lanes don't should be enough to change our behavior. And not enough of us change behavior. Most people in the carpool lane were just families who happen to be on the freeway, and so like, cool, we're a carpool, you know. I have never gone out of my way to find somebody to travel with me so I could use the carpool lane on purpose. Anytime I have friends or family in the car, I'm like, oh, cool, we can use the carpool lane, right? So outside of, I think there was a thing back in the 80s and 90s, I think in the DC area, where they had slugging, if you ever want to look that up. And slugging was you went to a park and ride area and you picked up a stranger and you'd slug along and get a ride to work. But the reason they'd be willing to give you, you know, a stranger would be willing to give you a ride to work, or you'd be willing to give a stranger a ride to work, is it allowed you guys to use the carpool lane and you get there faster. But beyond that, like out west, I don't know of anybody doing slugging, like changing their behavior. And so anyway, okay, enough on that. Let's see. Somebody calling California Commie fornia. Well, I'll just, it's sarcastic, but I just say to anybody who like rolls their eyes about like, oh, California is so liberal, I'll remind them, if they are of the Republican persuasion, there are more Republicans living in California than there are most red states combined. So this concept that there are blue states and red states is a little silly, because there are Republicans and Democrats everywhere you go. And here's the secret: we mostly want the same stuff. That's what's so cool about talking about transportation, is it doesn't have to get partisan, because we want the same stuff. Nobody, whether they're Republican or Democrat, wants a pedestrian getting hit by a car there. The pedestrian doesn't want to get hit. The city doesn't want him to get hit. Highway patrol doesn't want him to get hit. The governor doesn't want him to get hit. The guy driving the car doesn't want to hit them. Like, we're all on the same team here. And so it's fun to have a topic where it's like, okay, you know, other than getting in a little bit about like, well, how do we want to finance transportation? You know, do we want to do a sales tax? Do we want to do tolls? Do we want to do, and even that doesn't break on party lines. You think like, oh, well, Democrats are for tolls because of like Chicago and New York. And it's like, yeah, but Texas has some of the most toll roads of anywhere I've seen, and they're ruby red, you know? So you say like, oh, well, you know, it's communist to raise taxes and create free freeways. Maybe. China doesn't do it. They're a communist country. They charge tolls. The United States is not communist, and we have a road tax, and we have the freeways for free. So, like I say, like the neat thing of transportation is it never falls cleanly on ideological lines. It gets people out of their boxes, and they have to think. And if you ever want to know my ideology, it's getting out of your box and thinking. Things are never as clean or as simple as a political talking point makes it sound. You know, they're still right and wrong. I have political drives. I just don't talk about them publicly. I'm certainly not going to talk about them here. But I do know this: if you want to better understand your ideology, if you can't at least empathize with the person across the aisle who thinks totally different than you, even if they're completely wrong, but you can't emotionally like imagine their viewpoint, then do you really know yours? You know, like you have to be able to go through and be like, oh, I kind of get why they advocate this totally ridiculous thing. I don't support it because I still see a problem with it, but I get why they do. And then the cool thing is then you might actually make some headway persuading them, because you get where they're coming from, right? And I think that comes from thinking outside the box, right? Like getting out of an ideological thing of like, roads are bad and transit's good. Well, it's like, well, it's not that simple. You know, you can divide a neighborhood with a rail line just as well as a river or a freeway can. Like, yeah, freeways divide neighborhoods. Like one thing in Dallas that's going on right now is they want to take the freeway east of, and I believe it's a 3-digit interstate, but it has a U.S. shield, like U.S. 45 or something. But I can't remember the exact number. But the freeway east of downtown split downtown. And back when they built it in the 1950s, it was devastating. It cut off the business, the central business district from a predominantly, I believe at the time, black neighborhood, right? And so, you know, so people ideologically saying, well, this is bad, therefore we should remove the freeway to correct the mistake we made 70 years ago. That's good on paper, except it's not a poor working class neighborhood anymore. It's kind of a trendy sushi shop neighborhood, right? And so we just got to think it through. Like it's not that removing the freeways like all good or all bad. And I don't think Texas DOT are actually going to remove the freeway, but to rebuild the freeway as a viaduct chopping the downtown in half isn't necessarily good. Removing it isn't necessarily good. And putting the freeway like underground and connecting Dallas back together isn't going to fix it for the families who got, taken advantage of 70 years ago when TxDOT put the highway department put the freeway in the first place. And then it may have an unintended consequence of like, well, maybe there's like some working class lady who barely makes any money, who drives her like beat up little Nissan Sentra on that freeway every day to like clean houses in the nicer suburbs up in Plano and stuff. Well, now she's got a much longer commute, she's got to go all the way around downtown because that freeway's gone. So so before, where it was poor working class people subsidizing rich white people driving on the freeway or something, whatever logic you want to be thinking of. Well, now could it be that this poor working class lady is subsidizing well-off people so that when they're sitting at their sushi shop, they don't have to see an ugly freeway? So as I was saying, like it's never black and white, cut and dry. You have to really think this stuff through, and I like it because it gets people out of their blocks and they have to start. Oh, okay. Along these lines, great demonstration. I wish I could have made a video of it. Maybe I can talk to the guy someday. What do you do when you have a neighborhood street and you only have so much space, right? You got the houses, you got the front lawns, you got the curbs, and you got the on-street parking. Like you only have so much space. And you get talking to the neighborhood and you say, okay, this is the city of Menlo Park in the Bay Area. I forget exactly which suburb it is, but it's in, Google Facebookville, right? But it's an interesting neighborhood because there actually are some poor people in it, next to some very rich people. And there's a lot of through traffic. So they decided, okay, we're going to do a road diet and make this road nicer to bike on and things and discourage cut-through traffic. Rich and poor alike, they're all on board. Kids walk to school. Let's do a road diet. But you had different needs depending on different people, right? Like they all kind of came up with, we want bike lanes, we want wide sidewalks, we want a buffer strip with grass and trees, we want on-street parking, we want, and they like go through all these things that they wanted, and there wasn't enough room. Like the street was getting wider, not narrower. And so you get these different advocacy, working class families wanted this thing. Rich people who live in the neighborhood wanted that, wanted like bike lanes. But people who lived on the street didn't want to lose their on-street parking for the bike lanes. And they wouldn't grasp the concept that there was only so much space. So they got clever and they said, this engineer, this planner who was giving the presentation, they actually printed off a long piece of paper to scale of the street and where the houses were and everything. And then they cut out little blocks of like, okay, this is how wide a bike lane is. This is how wide a sidewalk is. This is how wide a parking buffer or a buffer strip is. This is a parking space. And it's kind of like a real life version of that website, Street Mix. You ever want some fun, go on to, I think it's streetmix.org, but Google it, so I'm not sending you to a bad website. Street Mix is a venture that I think just some planners did for fun, and they put a lot of work into it, where you can move around all the different street elements to try to make something fit, see what you can fit if you're reconfiguring your street. Well, he did it with real life. He cut out blocks like toys, and then he would put all these people came to the meeting. He'd put them at tables, 6 total strangers together, and say, your team come up with what the right design is. Well, not everybody on the team agreed what they wanted, and then they started to realize right away in a very tangible human way that only moving blocks around that you could. And they go like, oh, you mean if I do on-street parking and the bike lane, it's like into the guy's house. I don't have enough room. And so they on their own started to make trade-offs and compromises because they started going, oh, okay, I can't fit everything. And so rather than engineers and planners coming at them as professionals in a presentation and telling them why they can't have the thing they want, and people rolling their eyes and going, well, there's the bureaucrat fat cats down at City Hall. Of course, they're going to tell us they can't do it. Probably pocketing all the money. And, you know, instead, they could see firsthand the trade-offs. And what did it do? It got them out of their box. Even if they were a strong advocate, we are going to have bike lanes through this neighborhood, no matter what. You know, over my dead body, they're going to put on-street parking. And they start looking at it and they go, well, I guess that kind of makes sense. That guy has like no driveway, and he's probably going to want to park in front of his house. But if I put my bike lane in, it's not going to fit. You know. And I thought, what a fascinating public involvement strategy that this guy had. And it was afterwards, it was fun. He had it set up on a table. This was again at the Institute of Transportation Engineers conference up in Sacramento about a few weeks ago. But he had it set up and people were playing with the blocks and everything. And I just thought, you know, that's such a low tech, simple way of public engagement, of like getting people to realize all the trade-offs on this stuff. So anyway, let's see. Let's check up here on what's going on here. The weather's perfect, by the way, so that's why I'm just yammering here, even though I'm just surprised there's 100. You know, you're sitting here joining 190 other people. I guess Saturday night, you just want to see me stand on the side of one of the most inhospitable streets in Las Vegas, and you just yammer about stuff. But hey, I'm not going to complain. Okay. Vancouver writes, some of the wealthiest people in Vancouver had their streets pedestrianized in their obscenely wealthy neighborhoods. Yeah, I mean, and that's what it's important to look at, is to say, well, if we really look at the environmental impact is not the environment, it's the impact that any project has on everything. And something as small as pedestrianizing a street is probably not going to trigger an environmental impact analysis. Plus, you're in Vancouver, so it's a different country, assuming you're talking about BC. It's a different country, different rules anyway. But in the United States, you really have to have federal money involved, and there has to be significant impact to trigger a whole analysis. But I think if you did, I think there's always things that we do as middle class and people who are well off that kind of, for lack of a better term, screw over the poor people. And that's what happened in the 50s. We built the freeways. We're trying to put the freeways in the cheapest land. The poor people's neighborhood looked ugly anyway. Certain places you add in the racial component of people just not liking African Americans and consider, you know, oh, they can go move somewhere else. And so we wiped out their housing stock to put the freeway in. Whatever it is we did, it was a way of causing an expense on them to make it cheaper for everybody else, middle class and up, myself included. That there's things we might be doing now. We just gotta be careful that it's probably fine to pedestrianize an area or maybe do a road diet, or but just make sure we're not accidentally doing it at the cost of like some landscaper who's in his little 1990 Toyota pickup because it was the last cheap pickup he can get, and he's just doing landscaping all day and he's driving all over town, and now we took the freeway away. And how does he get home? He just waits in more traffic, you know, or leaves the region entirely. And he has to uproot his whole life and spend money on a U-Haul and all this stuff. And it's like, you do the best you can with the information you have now, but there are lessons we've learned from the past but how they manifest themselves are going to be different now, because the things we're doing now are different than what they did back then. Nobody today is going to intentionally wipe out a poor neighborhood on purpose to build a freeway, right? We've learned that lesson. But it doesn't mean we aren't still causing problems for people who have less ability to fight back or even know how to come to the meeting, know that there even is a meeting to go to express the problem. And so a lot of that, and then there was a lot of the talk at the conference was kind of the concept of equity. You know, at first, to a lot of people's ears, you hear about equity in transportation, they just hear USSR. They're just trying to make the roads communist. And it's like, but the goal of equity is just trying to get in, and I think that's the concept. Are we accidentally or intentionally making somebody who already has a rough life, a rougher life, when there's little things we could do to the project to make it just a little bit better? Great speaker from the city of Sacramento talking about equity. I didn't realize what's the most diverse, culturally diverse in terms of countries people are from. The most culturally diverse city in the country. And I'm like, well, New York, no. LA, no. Long Beach, no. Chicago, no. Apparently it's Sacramento. I didn't realize when they do their public meetings, they do 6 languages because there's significant amounts of those population there. I think there was it Hmong, Chinese, Spanish, English, Portuguese, and something else. But there's like, that wasn't just something they did because like, oh, well, there might be one Portuguese speaker who shows up and we're California and we want to look like we care. No, it's like a lot of these languages, there were significant populations for the, you know, they're putting their transportation plan together of like the future of transportation in Sacramento. And she brought up a really interesting point from a stakeholder that she got talking to. And she said, I know how this works. You guys put your plan together every 10 years and you show up as like, hi, we're from the city and we really care about you and we want to know everything you want to tell us. And then you like get a little bit of input and it really feels like you guys already came up with, do you want this or this? And tell us, your input's really important. Which of these 2 pre-planned things do you want? And then we tell you like neither of them work and you're like, thanks for the feedback, we'll stay in touch. And then we don't hear anything from you again for 10 years until it's time to do your plan again. And then suddenly you come back and like, we're buddies and we want to reach out. And that transportation planning in a city, a lot of it is actually opening up dialogue with neighborhoods and kind of keep it going. And she said she knew it was starting to work well when she'd get a call as a planner saying, oh, a bunch of the streetlights burned out in this area or whatever. And so she's like, she could just say, oh, well, that's the maintenance department, give them a call. But she said, oh, thank you. She took down the names. Let me know. Thanks for letting me know. And then when she hung up the phone, then she called over to maintenance and said, hey, you know, some residents mentioned this problem. She took it as a compliment that, okay, now we're starting to have a 2-way thing going, that for us to get from them their input for our transportation project, we in turn have to give them something. And maybe they have a contact with the city. And so, yeah, maybe the planning department isn't supposed to be the concierge of like helping people get in touch with certain city hall bureaucrats and engineers and things, but why not? Like we need them, they need us. Like it was such a fascinating approach, you know, because the goal of good input on a project is not, oh, we're California and we care and we want to go on Instagram and show all our friends that we care and diversity and all that. No, it's to get good feedback. If you're going to spend millions of dollars trying to improve the transportation system in a vulnerable, economically depressed area, but you don't get any input from them of how they actually use the transportation system, you're just wasting the money. You're building something that looks pretty on Instagram, like, look at us, they're the city of whatever, and look at these beautiful bike lanes that we built. And it's like, well, yeah, but come to find out that's not what the community needed or wanted, when the only way you're going to find it out is if you have a relationship with the vulnerable community, which means, like for instance, don't just say, okay, there's a meeting at City Hall, and if you have input on the project, show up. She's like, no, like you bring the little easy up tent to the neighborhood to something like, oh gosh, what was it called? It was some kind of food, the something festival. oh gosh, I don't remember, but Sacramento has some kind of a food festival. And she's like, so we show up there where they are so that we can talk to them there. Because you're going to get feedback from people who are never going to show up to City Hall. And she said a lot of the population are from places like mainland China. You don't go to City Hall in mainland China unless you're in trouble. And you go in City Hall in some of these towns in mainland China, they're worried they may not come back out. And they don't understand in the United States, City Hall is different. And so being able to okay, well, we'll bring a little piece of City Hall to them, have your 6 languages there so you can actually talk to them on their, in a way that they can communicate. And then you actually get good data, and then you can give that good data back to the engineers and say, okay, here's what we found out. So, like I say, it helped me rethink what equity is. Equity is not just like, well, we throw something to the poor. It's like, oh, you want to do good engineering, you got to actually engineer it to the people who are actually using the things. So, anyway, enough on equity. Let's see. A whole bunch of comments here. Let's see if I can see where we're at. Probably ought to wrap up here pretty soon, but it's hard to say goodbye when you're still hanging out and another 190 people are hanging out with us. So, as always, not to be shameless, but if you do it as a super chat, it's guaranteed I'll read it. But let's see. Ryan and I'm trying to pronounce your last name. Ryan writes, can we do a 4 or 5 hour live stream? Well, we're almost to 4. Maybe we'll call it quits at that. Right? At some point my voice is going to get out, but the weather is perfect. So despite the thumbnail, the rain really changed things. So Pickmere, who I know in real life, Road Guy Rob set sail that day for a 3-hour stream. Gilligan's Island. Gilligan's Island, they set sail on a 3-hour tour, and then the boat got marooned. And how on earth you get lost for 5 seasons with a 3-hour tour? I don't know. Oh, by the way, somebody just has a comment that just says Oakland ? And I was probably responding to somebody else, but I was in Oakland the other day. Oh, and I got to tell you about the bike lanes in San Francisco too. But first, Oakland. Most places, urban crime is a little bit overstated. If you go into San Francisco or LA or whatever, the difference between a bad neighborhood and a good neighborhood is just a couple of streets. You remember back in 2020, there were competing protesters, political protesters in downtown Portland. Now, if you watch national news about crime in Portland, it sounded like the entire city was on fire. And I took a little bit of umbrage to that because having, lived in Portland for a long time, many years ago, I had a hard time believing that the entire city had descended into chaos. But it was just a few blocks. And if you watched the local news, it was fun to see local people, like the local reporters go out and actually cover a local story. Locals know the town. And then interview tourists, are you concerned about all the violence with the protests and counter protests in the city down by the courthouse? They go, yeah, so we just stayed on this side of Burnside and it's been all right. We ventured over there a few times, but we mostly just stay, on the north side. And so it's just kind of fascinating that, to give you some perspective from where the epicenter of the violence was to Burnside, it's like maybe 5 blocks, 4 or 5 blocks. So, and Portland blocks are pretty small. And so that's what I mean. Most urban crime, San Francisco has some terrible neighborhoods, but a lot of the city's fine. Oakland is a little bit different. Oakland's had some urban challenges that I know a lot of abandoned stolen cars get dumped there. And the city has money problems because you have a kind of a city in decline and not a lot of new investment. It hurts your city budget, and then you don't have the resources to spend to get out of the spiral. And so I do think that Oakland is in an interesting situation. It's one of the few places I've been where I kind of went around and said, yeah, and Oakland's a gigantic city. And it's very rare you go through most of the city and go, you know, this whole place needs some help. And that's the trouble is, from like a transportation standpoint, what could you do? You know, I mean, you're like, well, we'll revitalize it. We'll run a light rail corridor down the main street. And it's like, well, yeah, but if the city can't pay to do all the other improvements to tie in it, and if property developers don't want to invest in that corridor because they're worried about the stigma of being Oakland, you know, so there's some interesting challenges. And so I do have to be a little bit, and it's a little bit humbling to realize that there are places that either have fallen into a corner or worked themselves into a corner, and that's, you know, up to you to decide. But either way, they're in a corner, and it doesn't seem like there's an easy way out. And Oakland's one of the few cities in the country, you know, like even San Francisco, I think, has a pathway out. They just have so much money in that city, they'll figure something out. But Oakland's in real trouble, and I don't know. And then from a transportation standpoint, an interesting thing is there's Oakland Airport, and BART runs to the airport. And normally, like ground light rail, there are so many stops and so much development around the stops. Light rail has a revitalizing effect on the city. But if you have BART, I'll tell you, what is it with the pickup trucks today? BART sits on pylons. It's an elevated system, and it kind of sails over this entire corridor, the road to the airport. What drew my attention to the problem is that In-N-Out Burger closed, for one of their first times ever, closed a store because of crime issues of customers getting harassed in the parking lot and their cars broken into. And that entire corridor of the road to the airport, BART runs right above it. And it was interesting because there aren't really any stops. BART's doing what Freeways did in the movie Cars. The plot of the movie Cars was when all the traffic went through the main town, customers would stop and spend time where there's eyes. There's less crime because you have witnesses and things. And the freeway was a bypass, and all the economic activity dried up. And, you know, one of the concerns of like really crime-filled corridors, you know, one could argue a street like Boulder Highway here, is everybody's just flying through here and they're not stopping. You don't have a lot of, you know, if you had if this was like Las Vegas Boulevard is a heck of a lot safer than this, because Las Vegas Boulevard, there's so many witnesses that, sure, crime happens, probably arguably more crime happens there than here, right? But, you know, a ton of witnesses when you do, you know, and per capita, my statistical odds of getting, you know, mugged on this street versus Las Vegas Boulevard, it's gonna be a lot lower on Las Vegas Boulevard because of all that engagement with the corridor. But if most of the people going to the airport aren't driving to the airport on the street, and they certainly don't appear to be stopping and engaging with the businesses anymore because they're all closing. I think the road, if you're following along on Google Maps, I think it's Hagenberger Road from the freeway out to the airport. BART, if most everybody's on BART and BART doesn't stop, it just zooms through. It's kind of a weird situation where transit is contributing to the problem rather than reinvigorating the neighborhood. And I don't know, like had BART been ground light rail and had a few more stops, maybe it'd be a better corridor. I don't know, but it's too late. I mean, BART's there. They're not going to change it. But that's, like I say, a lot of the, you know, we're engineering and planning and public policy kind of all collide. You know, it's transportation. So let's see. Scroll down a little bit more here. Oh, here's a good one. And then after that, remind me, I'll talk about the bike lanes in San Francisco that are in the middle of the street. Electro Jazz 28 writes on a regular chat, what font do you prefer, Highway Gothic or Clearview? Highway Gothic. Clearview, something about it just doesn't look right. To my eyes, I suppose I get the information off of it okay, but it just, like I have sometimes, my brain doesn't maybe it's because I'm just more accustomed to Highway Gothic because I've seen it my whole life, but Clearview just looks a little wrong. And it's interesting. I've wanted to, I probably a long time ago would have tried to reach out to the guy who developed it. I think has a patent on it, on the Clearview font, and do a story on that. But Vox Magazine beat me to it. And so they have a great video on Clearview versus, and there's so much politics around Clearview because, first of all, Clearview, you have to pay a license to use it. So state DOTs can't just make the signs for free. You know, where Highway Gothic's in the, you know, it's public domain, there's no copyright on it. Clearview does, you pay a royalty on it. I don't know that it's astronomically expensive, but there's an extra cost on it. And then Federal Highway, again, everything's driven by data, and if you want to change the font, you have to demonstrate there's an improvement. And they found that on certain signs, like stop signs, it's always been forbidden. If you notice, you've only ever seen Clearview on the big green highway signs. You never see them on stop signs, one-way signs, wrong-way signs, yield signs, school, you know, any of the yellow signs. That's been forbidden forever. It's only on the green signs. And I think there is some data that shows on the green signs it probably is slightly better in certain circumstances. But I think Federal Highway had some concerns that in certain cases, and I don't remember off the top of my head what they were, but if you go to the Wikipedia article on Clearview, it'll mention what the cases were. This optional, so a font sometimes doesn't perform as well. And I think because the ambiguity of is it better, is it worse, Federal Highway canceled the experiment on it. And so from then on, states, they could keep the old ones up, they just couldn't produce new signs with Clearview. And then somewhere in, I think 2018 or so, there was some language shoved into a federal bill that compelled the U.S. Department of Transportation, Federal Highway Administration, to start the experiment again. And so, like, did the owner of the copyright lobby to get that put in? I don't know the details, and I haven't really read enough news articles to know, but something weird happened that makes me just feel a little bit uncomfortable with Clearview. There's something that seems shenanigans. Had Clearview shown a significant performance improvement on all sign types, and Federal Highway had expanded the experiment to be into all signs, stop signs, yield signs, everything else, and more state DOTs had preferred it and started using it, then I'd probably have just shrugged and just said, well, Highway Gothic had its era and it's over, and now there's something better, and we just move on and embrace the new font size. But the fact that there's this tug of war back and forth, you know, we're not fighting over Highway Gothic, the old font. And so I just shrug and just say, let's just keep the old font, keep them the same. If you can't put them on the stop signs, then why are we putting a different font on the big green signs? Just leave them the same. But again, I'm biased. Where I grew up and in places I've lived out west, most of the states, I think Wyoming was using a lot of Clearview. One highway in Utah, the Legacy Parkway, used Clearview as an experiment, I think. But for the most part, Utah, I believe Nevada, and certainly California. I don't think I've seen much Clearview at all anywhere in California. Oregon used Highway Gothic for most of what I've seen. So, yeah, I haven't lived in a state that really went nuts with Clearview. But, you know, you get driving through a state. I've driven and through kind of the Midwest. I think there was some states that were more into Clearview. You drive for a day, your eyes get reaccustomed to the new font, you forget it's there. And so I don't think the new Clearview font's objectionable or anything. I just, if I were the universal king of the universe and had to make a decision, it's going to be Highway Gothic all day, every day. So how can I ramble on and on about a font on a road sign and the number of people tuning in goes up? So welcome if you're joining in. in a conversation that started yesterday, no, 3+ hours, almost 4 hours ago, where we talked about this road and how unfriendly it is to walk along, but it's okay because the county of Clark here in the Regional Transportation Commission of Southern Nevada has some neat ideas to try to make it better. And if you want to check out what they are, feel free to rewind and watch everything I talked about. Or even better, just Google Boulder Highway Project, RTC, Regional Transportation Commission, RTC Boulder Highway Project. They got a great website that goes through everything they're planning to do. And you can fact check me and see if I'm factually correct or if I started making stuff up. So. Anyway, let's see what we got here. Let's see. Oh, hey, we got a super chat. Congratulations. Thank you to Arnold De Leon. He's in the double-digit club with his super chat. Thank you very much, Arnold. Arnold writes, you should collaborate with Linus Bowman and do a video about Clearview. I do not know who Linus Bowman is. I'll have to Google that name when I get done tonight and check out what that is. But I think it'd be fun. The trouble I run into is doing a video where I talk just to the guy who invented Clearview would be interesting, but it's been done already. You know, it sounds like maybe this Linus fellow's already talked to him. I know Vox Magazine did. I think there was another video recently where somebody did. But what would be more interesting is to talk to the inventor of Highway Gothic. But whoever that is has probably been dead for 50 years. And so I don't have the other perspective to get in. And I think the trouble with most states is trying to, because I properly have to go through their PR department. I can talk on background with any engineer, I meet at a conference or whatever, but once it comes time to actually go on the record and do a story, I'm doing this, I come from journalism, you do it the right way. You go through their PR department, try to track down. Now I could just, out of 50 states, go in this state and call their PR department, not knowing any of the engineers there, and say, hey, I'm doing a story on this. Is there somebody who has a lot of knowledge and maybe some opinion on why your state uses this font versus this font? And sometimes you can find state, public information officers, public relations people who are knowledgeable, and they know their engineers, and they go, I got the perfect person for you to talk to. Let me see if I can schedule something. But that's kind of rare. That's less than 50-50 when a lot of times the PR department, sometimes they don't know. They get scared and they don't reply to me or don't, they kind of get stuck because I'm asking a very weird niche question that they're used to fielding inquiries from local TV stations of oh, why is this road project not done yet? And sometimes the PR people are so knowledgeable about the talking points of a specific road closure, they don't have to get a subject matter expert. They don't have to bother an engineer whose time is valuable. They can just call this TV station back directly. And the PR person who's not an engineer just goes on camera and knows all the talking points and says what they want to say. But the challenge you run into with a niche question like this is they have to find a subject matter expert, and sometimes they don't know. So a lot of it is if I get lucky and I'm at a transportation conference where I try to go to things like that, go to the Institute of Transportation Engineering lunches, and I ever just happenstance run into somebody at lunch at one of these things who works in the sign shop. And you're like, oh, cool. Can I talk, do you know about this thing, or do you know somebody who knows about this thing? And sometimes then I can get talking on background to that person, learn a little bit about it. Then I can approach the front door and say, hey, I would love to do a story on this. On background, I was talking to this person. On background means I'm learning things I may mention to you, but I'm not going to cite it to a specific agency or person I learned it from. So that's kind of the rule in journalism of off the record, which is don't even mention the facts. You have on background. That's where you hear all the time about, and it annoys people, right? or they'll say a White House staffer who couldn't be identified on condition of anonymity because they're going to get fired if I found out, if I report. But I know they work for the White House, and so I could do that on background, say, hey, I talked to somebody at Metro, but I won't even say it was from Metro. I'll just say, oh, an engineer I spoke with who was familiar with the project or involved with the project told me a background this fact. Or I'll just mention the fact. Then you get the gold standard, which is on the record. On the record is they sit down, they're on camera, their name appears at the bottom, and it's all kosher. Their company or agency they work for knows. That's the goal. I want to get it to on the record. And so to do that, I got to know, well, if I'm going to go to all this trouble to get somebody on the record, it better be somebody who knows something about these fonts and not just somebody who's like, yeah, well, at the sign shop, we have 2 fonts, and the Federal Highway Administration sometimes lets you use them on the green ones. Do you have a preference? No, not really. Sometimes we do one or the other. Well, thanks for the interview, and then they leave. And it's like, well, that's good, but I mean, I could have told you that. Like, the goal is to learn something new, and that's the number one thing that makes or breaks a video in the order of when they happen. Is who I get to talk to and what they say, not the project itself. So you might have noticed recently there was a huge mudslide on the California coast, and I didn't go out to it. Some of that was I was moving and life was busy, and I was busy working on the other stories I've already shot. It's kind of hard to go shoot new things when you're editing stuff you already shot. But the other is I didn't have a source in that district. I don't have a relationship with that Caltrans district yet. And so it's difficult when it's a Caltrans region that I haven't worked with. And you show up and say, hi, I'm a medium-sized YouTuber. Can I come out there and talk to somebody and shoot a bunch of drone video and maybe get access to places the public normally can't go? And they're like, look, dude, like, we're just trying to handle the local TV stations and like get the road open. We don't really have time to deal with you but if there's an opportunity to do something that's less breaking, and where they're less stressed out, they've got more free time, they're willing to take a chance, talk to me, we build a relationship, and then the next time there is something breaking. So had that story happen in Caltrans District 8 out in inland Southern California, I've worked with them a couple of times. Woman who runs that district, at least last time I interviewed somebody who runs the PR office there, it's great. She's one of the first people who gave me a chance. Brand new YouTuber, had like 3,000 subscribers, very, very tiny channel. And I just went and said, hey, can I interview one of your engineers about bridges and falling down in earthquakes? And she said, yes. And she made it happen. And, and they liked what I made. I was fair. And so she gave me an opportunity again to talk about signal actuation with, oh gosh, I've forgotten that engineer's name. But twice. We did one on ramp meters and one on signal actuation and cameras and stuff. And because I was fair with them, I would have no problem now reaching out to Caltrans District 7. I don't have anybody at, but I figure the Caltrans District 4, whatever the coast is where the slide was. I do, however, a little bit of a preview, a story that's jumping the queue and probably be out maybe by September if I can get it done, is the first turbo roundabout west of the Mississippi. I was sitting down at lunch at the cocktail hour or whatever, and a guy walks up to me and we get talking, and I'm just starstruck because I found out he was on the design team that helped design this first turbo roundabout. And I was able to, on background, just ask all kinds of questions about, like, well, what makes a turbo roundabout turbo? And on my way home, I drove it. It was fantastic. Because I know him and he was on the design team and he's excited to talk about it, I can reach out to the PR department, hopefully in the next few weeks, see if they're willing to let him go on record or somebody else on the design team go on record. I got my source, I got my story, and then you'll get to see it pretty soon and we'll all learn something new about it. So that's kind of the origin of how this stuff works. I mean, it's great. It's kind of easier to just make a video where I don't interview a source, but I try to limit those because that's what the internet is full of, and that's not my background. Like I'm not a practicing engineer, right? Anything I tell you, I learned from somebody else. You know, I'm not one who's like, well, when I was designing this road, I haven't designed a road. Not, you know, I did in college and it wasn't any good. The road we designed in college just for class had a problem. Everybody else there was this railroad crossing, and everybody else was like crossing it at grade. And I talked my team into saying, well, you can take these two T intersections and make like one big intersection, and it'll flow better. And there's a railroad, so like ours had where we go up over this bridge, and it was perfect. It was like, okay, the stopping distance you need if you go over this bridge to be able to see the red light and see the stopped cars. You had just enough room for a semi truck to get slowed down and stopped. And it was perfect. It was great. And so we present this like totally wacky design that's totally different than everybody else's. And one of these undergrad kids in the class goes, I have a question. And at the end of the presentation, I go, yeah, what's your question? So if there are already cars that are stopped in line for the red light, do you have enough space to stop? Oh, no. So our design had where the truck would go over the hill, and then if there were like 3 or 4 cars stopped for the light and they were going too fast, they just would have plowed into the cars. So they wouldn't have been able to see the cars because of how steep so I don't know anything, but I'm happy on your behalf to talk to people who do. And so that's the fun of it. I have just enough engineering knowledge to be dangerous, to ask the questions you want to ask. With some journalism experience, I actually can get them to answer it. So that's fun. All right, I saw another super chat. So, and that's the fastest way to keep me out here for another hour, is to just keep throwing money at me. I'm not gonna walk away from your generous contributions here. It's from John Taylor in the Double Digit Club. Thank you very much, John. John writes, hey Rob, as somebody who would drive from Idaho to Salt Lake City frequently, oh good, if we're talking Utah, I know that. Legacy Parkway, and the fact that it didn't have a highway number, but its own special designation, always fascinated me. Have you ever covered it? No, I haven't done a story on the Legacy Parkway, partly because early on my videos are like too Utah centric, to the point people thought I still lived in Utah. And that's mainly because I know Utah so well. You know, I of my 39 years in Utah, oh, we still live? Okay. I think every 2 hours it refreshes the stream. So we just hit the 4-hour mark. Congratulations for being bored enough on a Saturday night to hang out with me on the side of a very not pedestrian friendly road, but thanks to the rain, devoid of sketchy people, which has been a refreshing change. With nearly perfect weather, as we talk about the fact that the Legacy Parkway in Salt Lake City has no highway number. Well, it does have a highway number, but they don't put it on there. I think it's State Highway 67. And the reason I know that is because none of the highway numbers make sense. It's not as bad as when you have a highway that's an interstate highway with an actual interstate shield and it's an I, whatever. There's a fancy convention to it. You've seen numerous videos online talking about how it's numbered, even numbers east to west, 10, 20, 30, and going west coast to east coast, 5, 15, 25, 35. What a lot of those videos don't spend significant time on, and it confuses people, are the 3-digit interstates, where you take one of these principal interstates and you have like a loop road that goes around or whatever. And so, for instance, here in Las Vegas, they want to, even though it's a county highway, they wanted to follow interstate highway convention. So if you do an even number in front of your principal highway, so 15, you have 215, the even number in front. LA, it gets to the point where like a loop off of the 5 that I don't think it ever actually crosses the 5, but whatever, is the 605 or the 210, right? Which actually never connects with the 10, which is funny. But theoretically, it's a loop based off of a principal highway. So you'd think, like Salt Lake City, the big interstate that goes around, it's also 215. And they're down in Southern California, there's also a 215. A lot of 215s. The Legacy Highway, which is another kind of loop thing around Davis County, would be 415 or something. but it's not. Utah kind of is doing the same thing a lot of regions do. The places in California doing things where they've been build a new freeway that's a state freeway. They're like, this thing is it's never going to be part of the interstate highway system anyway. We're just going to our bucket of numbers and grab an available number, and you're now christen you State Highway 67. Something funny that is a total coincidence is in the Bay Area, there's a state highway that goes around the town of Mountain View. It's State Highway 85. I have friends, I haven't talked to them in years, I hope they're doing well, but I have friends from Mountain View who knew Highway 85 growing up, because that was their highway. Funny enough, their dad's a retired transportation planner. So when Utah built a highway that they've been calling all along the Mountain View Corridor, because it has a view of the mountains, not because of the town of Mountain View, they went into the bucket of numbers and pulled out State Highway 85. So the Mountain View Freeway in the Bay Area and the Mountain View Highway in Utah are both Route 85. Total coincidence. So to get to your question, the Legacy Highway has that bucket of numbers number that they pulled out. But the state had such trouble getting the thing built in the first place that they kind of abandoned their original ideas of it really being a freeway and leaned into this idea that it was a different kind of freeway. It was a parkway. So initially their plan was to build Governor Levitt back in the 1990s, the state of Utah, realized that I-15, the Salt Lake City metro area is long and skinny. It's like 3 miles wide and 100 miles long. It's kind of like Miami that way. It's like a baby Miami in how it's shaped. And they realized, just like Miami, you have 95, but you also have the toll road that parallels it, right? You want to have redundancy. One highway goes down because of like a chemical hazmat spill. People could jump over to the other highway. Governor Levitt saw that vision and he said, through the entire Wasatch Front where most Utahns live, I want redundancy top to bottom. And so this concept of it being a legacy for future Utahns, the Legacy Highway was born. The first section that they planned to do was just north of Salt Lake City, and it's where the 215 freeway comes up, it hooks back over to I-15. They wanted to continue it up and have it connect farther up. And there's this narrow area where the Great Salt Lake and the mountains squish together and you just have the one road. So they added commuter rail, which helps, and then the idea is you'd add this additional freeway. Parts of the Legacy Highway are literally, you have the 15 freeway, the commuter rail, and the Legacy Highway, just boom, 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 all in a row. So you can do cars on both sides of the train. But it skirts the wetlands of the Great Salt Lake. And, me being, bratty high schooler of the 90s, I heard that this group called the Sierra Club were suing the Legacy Highway because it was going to affect the wetlands. And to quote Lindsay Bluth from Arrested Development, what are you raising money for? The wetlands. To do what with the wetlands? Dry them. So I didn't realize, I now understand that the Great Salt Lake, for all the migratory birds, you always hear about the swallows going to Capistrano, and there's seagulls flying all over the place. For birds migrating from Canada to South America, one of their stops to snack on yummy brine shrimp and brine flies and stuff is the Great Salt Lake wetlands. So it's actually ecologically important to the whole Western Hemisphere. And the concern was, well, there's no national park there or anything. If you built a freeway right up against the wetlands, in addition to destroying part of the wetlands to build the freeway, that then developers would come in and dry them and say oh, cool, there's an off-ramp here. We'll build lakefront property. Not that anybody would want to live on the shore of the Great Salt Lake. It smells horrible. It's got more salinity than the ocean. And you got a lot of dead brine shrimp that die and smell like sulfur, and it's just bad. But still, land is land, and there was concern that, typically you put a highway inland, it raises the property value of that land because it's accessible now, that you'd have a lot of development. So they sued, and it stalled out the project. And Governor John Huntsman, who actually had a primary run as a Republican for president, Didn't go anywhere, but John Huntsman was a very, very moderate Republican. He was the type of person who didn't like to mess around with ideology or like hunker down on like saying, this is my ideals and I'm not going to cave on them. He was about getting things done. And so he's like, okay, rather than spend 10 years in court with the Sierra Club, let's sit down and say, look, we're going to get this highway built one way or another, but we realize a lot of what you're saying has merit. So let's hear it out and see, maybe we can sign some kind of like 10-year deal to give you what you want and kind of help shape the way we build the legacy highway. And so they altered it some. They changed it to be for, instead of concrete, they would use asphalt because it was quieter. They would ban trucks on it, but it was only a 10-year thing. They'd have to put a nice trail along it so people could ride their bikes and things. Because it's a nice flat area, it's near the wetlands, like it is the kind of place that, you know, people might want to do some leisurely things. There was a number of compromises that they made, and one of them was also that all the land west of the highway along the wetlands would be forever put into a nature preserve. And both parties sat down, liked it, signed the deal. 2005, boom, construction started. Got the thing open by 2009. And it's a nice detour. Like I say, some of the 10-year things have expired. Trucks are allowed on it now. The 55-mile-an-hour speed limit expired. Now it's 65. But all the built stuff's the same. It's still forever as a nature preserve. It has the trail. It has the asphalt pavement. It's quieter. And rather than being in the rat race of driving the 15 freeway that's like 5 lanes and 70 miles an hour and you know, real heavy through traffic, it's always nice. And when there's a crash on the 15 freeway, people can jump off and go take the other highway and go. So I suspect at that time, the state of Utah rebranded it from the Legacy Highway to the Legacy Parkway, because they were really trying to show good faith effort in this compromise they'd made with the Sierra Club. And like I say, nobody walked away getting everything they wanted. The state basically wanted something that could handle trucks and be concrete and be loud and wide and fast. They didn't get that. The Sierra Club wanted no highway at all. Well, one got built. We have an additional freeway. But to get pen to paper where both the state of Utah and the Sierra Club goes, well, we can live with this, got the thing done, and it got built. And the state didn't have to spend, you know, millions of dollars in court fighting the Sierra Club and, you know, getting a reputation as being like totally like hating the environment, you know. And we got a nicer road out of it. So going back to your original question, when you look at the signs, it doesn't have the shield that says State Highway 67. It's got the branded logo, Legacy Parkway. I think that's the answer, in my opinion, is I think the state is trying to really emphasize this is a different kind of road. And I think if you'd probably left it to the bureaucrats at UDOT and, you know, engineers and things, I think they're probably fine keeping the ban on trucks and slower speed limit. I don't think they had an issue with that. But ultimately, the road doesn't belong to the Utah Department of Transportation. It belongs to the state of Utah, and legislators had constituents who used that road who made it very clear that in 2015 or 2019, I forget when I think it's 2019 when the 10-year agreement ended. They're like, cool, get those trucks on there, get the speed limit up, you know. So it gradually is evolving back into probably something, maybe some future decade when they repave it, it'll be concrete. I don't know. But it's a different kind of road, get a different kind of branding on it. And so that's sort of the backstory on the Legacy Highway. A story I know pretty well following it from the newspaper. It's one of the, you know, to quote, use a term from the Disney movie Inside Out, the brain movie. It's a core memory. One of my core memories was following the drama of the Legacy Highway and watching it get built. So that again from, oh my, we got some super chats. Well, I'm never going to get to go home, but that's okay. That's from John Taylor again. So yeah, thank you for your question. So, okay, we got DevTech, Dev Free. who's into the double-digit club. So thank you very much for your very nice super chat, DevTech, or DevFree DevTech, who writes, have you researched Idaho? What's your stance on the situation? Well, as a Utahn, I am firmly against Idaho. No, sorry, going on. As a former Utahn, I forgot. Okay, people who live between Interstate 84 and Boise, oh, you're talking something I have an opinion on. People who live between Interstate 84 and Boise either have to go west on US 20/26 or Idaho 44, or to go west or go south on Idaho 55 to go east on 84. Traffic jams are horrendous. Amen. So Boise is going through what I think a lot of sort of medium-sized regions go through. There are certain regions that consider themselves big towns. And so when it came time to build freeways and plan for freeways, they embraced it. Obviously, LA, Chicago, New York, freeway. And even places that were small, Denver, right? But Denver always had a plan to build a big belt road around their city. They ultimately had to build it with tolls. Denver considered themselves a big place. Salt Lake City considered themselves a big place, right? But for some reason, there are places like Tucson, Arizona that consider themselves small. And they got bigger, but they never made any plans of where those freeways were going to go. And Boise's in the same boat. Boise and Tucson remind me a lot of each other, where I don't think Boise ever thought that they were going to be a big city. And so they got I-84, got that little viaduct into downtown. But otherwise, they just have no plan. But if you look at the valley there's a lot of private property. A lot private property. And so where are you going to put, as that private property inevitably is going to develop, but if you don't have no plan of where the freeway is going to go, you'll never afford to build it if you're having to buy out neighborhoods. And so I had this question about 10 years ago because visiting my, oh gosh, this is more than 10 years ago. My cousin and his wife were living in Bullhead City, Arizona, but she was from Boise. And so we were talking about Bullhead City and Boise and transportation in general. So I had wondered that. I go, Boise really needs another freeway. And I remember because at their wedding in Boise, just going from my hotel down, I think it's Eagle Road, or I forget what it is, but it's one of the big north-south roads. The wait time at the signals was awful. It's this idea of if we make the signal timing, the green lights, a normal amount of time that people are used to waiting, maybe 30 seconds aside, right? Not all the cars can get through. So we'll make the signal timing longer so everybody can get through, but by making it longer, the other side's sitting red longer, which means more people are showing up to get in line. So they have to make theirs longer, but because now theirs is longer, this side has a longer red light. So it was like you couldn't win. And rather than just cycling the lights several times and making you wait through several reds, Idaho, either the town of Meridian or the state, I'm not sure who owned the road, had decided we're just going to make the light really long. And so I think your wait time was pushing 2 minutes, which doesn't sound bad until you're in your car and you start waiting for the light. You go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And you got to count to 120 before you even get a shot at a green, and you hope you make it through. The volumes on Boise's street grid are just awful. And the problem is a lot of if you're not familiar with Boise's kind of long and skinny this way. It's not a huge city, but they built Interstate 84 kind of more on the southern end. And there's another street, a state highway that goes this way. I believe that's the 20/26. I think it's called State Street or something. I don't remember. State Road. But it's just it's one of these, right? It's a big wide road with a bunch of driveways and people using it like a highway, because really it should have been a freeway, but it's never going to be a freeway because the cities never did any access management. And so people can just connect their businesses directly on it. And in order to turn it into a freeway, you got to remove those driveway connections, which you're not allowed to do because then the businesses would go out of business and you'd have to buy out all the businesses. It's a big mess. So when I looked, like I say, in 2008, it was bad. That's 15 years ago, 16 years ago. When I visited this same married couple, cousin and wife, 10 years ago, and we pulled up the regional transportation plan for, is that Ada County there? The Boise metro area. There was one plan for kind of a freeway, and it wasn't going east and west along the state road. It was one that would go north-south, I think through about the town of Meridian. But it wasn't really a freeway. It was just another high-speed road. It would kind of cross over. It'd have overpasses over the small streets, but you still would hit a light in the big ones. And I'm just going like, I'm seeing kind of the same lack of ambition, because I think the Metropolitan Planning Organization has professional planners. The federal government, in order to get that federal gas tax money, all regions have to plan regionally what they're planning to do over the next 30 years based on the money that they're actually going to anticipate receiving. And so they hire professional planners, but they work at the direction of the cities that fund it, right? So the idea is Meridian and Boise and the county and, you know, whatever little towns are in that region all basically create like this quasi-government nonprofit that the professional planners come back and they come back and say, okay, we probably ought to do this, we probably ought to do that. What do you think? But then the representatives of the cities, the mayors and things representing their cities, actually vote to include it in the plan. And I can't help but wonder if perhaps the constituents who elect those elected representatives really do have a philosophy like Tucson. We're a small town and we want to stay a small town. Why would we put on our 30-year plan big city infrastructure like freeways and whatnot? If you build it, they will come, right? Not realizing that not long ago, Idaho made a mistake. They, back around 2008 and 2009, they thought, it's a great recession. Let's steal a bunch of Californians. And so they ran ads. Can you believe this now? As somebody who lives in Boise now, can you believe this? I would turn on KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk radio, right? And they would have ads saying, oh, you're getting taxed to death in California, come move to Boise. And they did. They did. People from, especially the Bay Area, they moved so it doesn't matter. Sometimes if you have a region that's a growing region and you fail to plan because you think the freeway is going to induce people moving to your area, you're in for a mistake. Look at Phoenix. They thought that forever. That's why I did a whole documentary on it, because Phoenix, they were insane. They said, if we want to keep Phoenix small, we don't want to turn it into LA. And we know if we build a bunch of freeways, people will move here and they'll turn it into LA. And then they moved there anyway. And so they had to build the freeways. But Phoenix without freeways also teaches me it's never totally too late. If, again, I believe it's Ada County, but whatever county Boise's in, were to pass a half-cent sales tax or 1 cent sales tax to fund freeways, they could do it, and then put an ambitious plan together of where you're going to put them. And I think it would be tricky, but Boise's not too far gone. But that's the challenge. Is I think even Phoenix was putting freeways on their plan all along. Even back to the 50s, they just never got around to doing it. And then by the time they finally did get around to doing it, the federal money was gone. So then they were trying to figure out, well, if we funded ourselves and you know, then they found out, to build the Loop 101 might take 60 years at current funding. And so then they realized they needed a sales tax measure in 1984 to help fund it, or 1985, something like that. But until Boise has something like that, I think you're just kind of stuck. The good news is, if constituents had the opinion, that's what happened in Phoenix. The native Phoenicians, the Arizonans, were against freeways. The people who moved there from Chicago and other places, you know, to quote the traffic reporter I interviewed, he's like, I'm from Chicago, and I'm like, where are the freeways, right? So you get enough constituents thinking that way, plans can change. And so Boise's the same. They, either need to commit to being different than every other region and building out a really robust commuter rail system and building zoning rules in the state of Idaho that force people onto the commuter rail, which is I know Idaho politics, that's really unlikely. Then they need to commit to the others. Say, okay, if we're going to do conventional 1970s style single family houses and cul-de-sacs and stuff, you have to have the freeway network to back it up. There is no imaginary third way of like, well, we want the suburban sprawl, but we don't want the freeways. It's like, well, I don't know what to tell you. Then you're just waiting at lights forever. So anyway, that is a great question. And again, thank you very much, Dev Tech, for your very generous super chat. But yes, that's, yeah, I feel for you in Boise. It's a real mess. So, all right, we got a super chat from Martin's Life in the Hangar. Thank you very much, Martin. It says, fabulous journalism, Rob. Thanks. Well, you're welcome. I appreciate that. If you had a question, I'd at least give you an opinion on it. But again, thank you to Martin. Joe Vett with a very generous super chat as well. Thank you very much, Joe Vett. Writes, we're not bored, Rob. Keep up the great work. Props for the 4 hours of that location. Oh, yeah, this is fun, I was thinking about this corridor. There's a lot of legacy development on here from a time when this was the main highway, 30 years ago. And I don't know if there's been a ton of new development. I mean, they fixed up places. Sam's Town here, I've eaten in there. They have some nice things, but a lot of this feels very dated. And the nature of, if you're going to have new suburban casinos, big mega projects that cater to people in their car who are just impulsively going, oh, let's go there, they're going to be on the freeways. And so you typically see like the M on the southern end of the strip was right off the 15 freeway and St. Rose. So South Point, there's a new one. It's on the 215 Beltway called Durango Station, I think. It's brand new. You're not going to see that type of development on this corridor anymore because this corridor doesn't serve that kind of customer anymore. This is serving probably mostly local Las Vegans who are going to Walmart, right? That's your mega project, right? Is the Walmart across the street. And so the idea of continuing to have this road be in the shape where it is serving a bygone era really doesn't make any sense. And then I got thinking, well, if you significantly change this corridor where the transportation is totally different, it might spur on a lot of economic development. Because if you're following along on a desktop computer and you can pop open another tab, look at Boulder Highway, and there's a lot of surface parking that's really underused, old shops that were from a bygone era, that the buildings are kind of reaching the end of their useful life, and even vacant, just outright vacant lots. And I'm going, if you have this long strip of a corridor that you really lean into transit and walkability in a big way, and maybe the politics of the area will allow it, maybe not, but if it does, you're pouring $150 million into this corridor that all of a sudden now a property owner may be able to make the case with a city council or county council and say, allow me to zone for higher density residential with the infamous coffee shop at the bottom, what every urban planner dreams of, right? We're supposed to all live in the condo and then we do all of our shopping on the ground floor, and apparently we must work at the coffee shop because we live, work, and play within walking distance or whatever. And I always joke about that because it never happens in real life, but that's what planners strive for and dream of. I'm going to walk this way so I'm not standing in the road. You get a slightly different view, right? But that's more interesting for you. But if you put $150 million into this corridor and totally change it a different way, like I say, a property developer may look at that and go, you know, maybe it's worth the fight with the city council to try to develop something. Well, right now, why would I put high density mixed use development on this? Like, that's the worst place for it. I just feel like you as an applicant, you'd show up and you get laughed out of the city chambers. But, you know, I don't know. I kind of feel like there's going to be a Keynesian benefit out of this thing. And it might be fun to come back many years from now. And I don't know if I'll be doing this many years from now, but even just myself as a tourist, and come back and see how it's changed, you know. But we'll see. But yeah, again, Joe Vett, thank you very much for your very, very generous super chat. I appreciate it. John Taylor, back again. Thank you for your super chat. Writes, if I remember correctly, Legacy Parkway speed limit is/was 55 miles an hour, but I have no idea if that was related to it being a parkway or just a Utah decision unrelated. So that was part of when the state sat down with the Sierra Club. It was something the Sierra Club wanted. They wanted to make it clear this was not a typical interstate highway. This was a special kind of road with built in a special way that was different than your typical freeway you'd find. And so part of that was, okay, it's got a different speed limit. And so they signed that. The state negotiated it, just wanted it 10 years, not in perpetuity. And the minute that expired, there was pressure from the legislature. Those speed limits went right back up to 65. Part of that too, though, is Utah is very aggressive on setting enforceable speed limits on freeways. The legislature passed a law that basically said, okay, we don't want UDOT to just arbitrarily follow our formula. A lot of states have a formula. They'll be like, okay, 70 in the country, 65 in the suburbs, 55 in the city. And the problem with that is it's not taking into account the engineering use, the context of the design standards of the road. And so what happens is you get a de facto speed limit of 80 because people just get used to going fast. And so probably about 10 years ago or so, the legislature authorized UDOT to say, you can go up to 85 miles an hour, but you got to, on an interstate highway, they still cap 65 on non-interstate freeways. But on the interstates, you can go up to 85 miles an hour if you can justify it. And UDOT did the speed study. Nowhere in the state justified 85 miles an hour. That was too fast. You get look at the design of the road and the kind of what they call 85th percentile speed, where it's a little bit chicken and the egg because you already have a speed limit, but you go out and you measure a bell curve of how fast the cars are going. And 85% of the cars should be going below the speed limit and 15% above. You're right about where you need to be. On highways, it's a great formula. We talked earlier about changes to the MUTCD. One of the changes to it is used to be 85th percentile emphasis on everything. And part of the problem is you could take a road like this and your 85th percentile speed could be like 65. And you're like, well, but we're trying to make it more pedestrian friendly. Or downtown areas where it's like, look, it's downtown, we're going to enforce 20. And you're like, yeah, but your 85th percentile speed's 41, you know? And so the new MUTCD, the MUTCD never mandated how a state or a city sets their speed limit, but it gave a lot of guidance. And the guidance used to say always, always, always 85th percentile. Now they're saying, well, okay, 85th percentile is a metric. And in many, many places, that's the right way to go. But there are other metrics you need to take into account when you're setting an appropriate speed limit. So Utah did that speed study and found that most of the freeways are 70. I suspect they found that Legacy was supposed to be 65, but they kept to the agreement. It was 55. And then as soon as that agreement expired, up to 65 it went. So, but yeah, no, Legacy Parkway, as I say, that's what's so great about transportation is that it's not just like engineering facts and data, because all of that facts and data have to be, you have to put it on the ground and actually like turn it into a project, and there's so much money and land and political capital and all kinds of things that go into making it happen, that there's a never-ending bucket of stories. I tell people, if I had to shut Road Guy Rob down, I got 18 months of stuff in the pipe to get from here to where I could shut it down. I'm not planning to, because you know, guys do things like, you know, donate, contribute on Patreon, which literally makes a difference. YouTube is not good. It was good during the pandemic, and then it hasn't been good since. You guys pay for the videos. You realize, like, if you're a Patreon contributor, I make the video for you, and then I give it away for free on YouTube for free, right? It wasn't made for YouTube, it was made for you. And that lets the video be a whole lot better. And there's a never-ending bucket of stories. Like it's like, there are more cool transportation stories that happen in a month than the one I give you. There's at least 2 or 3, you know. So like, as long as I can keep affording to do it, it's never going to end. Like, because there's always just something fantastic. I mean, little things. I don't even know if they can make it in the video. Like, talk about turbo roundabouts. The guy I talked to on background who helped design it was talking about how the sign shop didn't follow their procedure. And so with a turbo roundabout, and I'll talk about this in the video when I do it, it's more like a highway interchange, because once you're in the turbo roundabout, there's curbs that force you to stay in your lane, and it spits you out right where you need to be. They're great. So they have big, giant overhead highway signs to say, okay, if you want this highway be in this lane, this highway in this lane, and the one that was this highway was a right turn. And in their design, they had a big shield showing right turn, which for you would be, but, or maybe it's, I don't know. But on their design sheet, I guess something got changed. The sign shop just didn't put a sign up for right turns at all. And he said, so one of the things early on they saw was vehicles would be flying into it thinking they're kind of going straight, and then they'd run over the curb. You'd see like tire tracks on the curb because they couldn't navigate the turn in time, you know. And so little things like that. And I tell these stories not to humiliate Caltrans, like, oh, look at those doofuses, they didn't know what they were doing, but because it's new. They were doing something new that nobody else has done. And of course, like, a lot of times maybe an agency feels like, oh no, we don't want to admit anything we did wrong. It's like, why not? If people assumed you're going to do it perfect, then like, they'd be suspicious. It's a TV commercial at that point. But we can point out, like, here's all the things that went right, here's the things that went wrong, and here's how we're addressing the things that went wrong. Well, the agency looks good because it shows that they're connected to reality. They know not everything's perfect, but also it shows that they learned something. And so the next city that, you know, tries to build a turbo roundabout will know, oh, okay, yeah, we got to put a big sign up so people know it's a right turn, you know. So that's just a never-ending bucket of stories. So, okay, I want to make sure I get caught up before we call it. Oh man, we got more of them here. Laza92 with a super chat. Well, thank you very much. Laza with a Y. Laza92 writes, Rob, you're the man. Well, thank you very much. You're still going nearly 5 hours of streaming. You should see me in person. Most underrated channel on YouTube, no doubt about it. Wishing you the best. Well, it is a niche topic. I still believe that a lot more people will find what we got going on here, because it's we all use transportation, right? But it's still pretty niche, you know. I have never impressed other than girls in engineering, women in engineering. I have never gotten a date out of this by a girl being like, oh, wow, you with the continuous flow intersection, you know about that? That's neat. Like, you know, if you look at the YouTube demographics, honestly, it's 97% male with ages like college to like my age. So, and that's okay. But I do think that there is a lot more general appeal to this, because I think everybody kind of wonders when, like, the time comes and they narrow this road down, I mean, people are going to wonder, like, well, why are they making the road narrow? And they may hate it because they say, oh, I have to drive slower, right? But you get in and understand the story and realize all the economic development possibilities and the fact that, oh, well, if you do have to walk down the road, it's actually could be kind of nice. You know, and then as time goes on, you have it the nice way for 10, 20 years, and then you try to advocate, well, let's saw all the trees and widen the road and put it back the way it used to be. Well, nobody would support that, you know, once they get used to the better way. So yeah, there's a lot of mass appeal here. But yeah, thank you very much, Laser92, for your super chat. I appreciate that. Freedom Tower Studios with a super chat. Thank you very much. Freedom Tower Studios writes, New York City. So that Freedom Tower, huh? The 1776 WTC one. Freedom Tower Studios writes, New York City is proposing lowering the speed limit again. In some places, they want to lower the limit to 10 miles an hour while having 20 for the main roads. I've driven in Manhattan once. I mean, 10. So a lot of this comes from an idea that if the speed limit's 20, your survivability of the crash is a lot better than even at 30. There's data backing that up. And so I can see the rationale of saying, well, it's Manhattan, it's the city, there's a ton of pedestrians, let's slow those cars down. But then you get looking, some of these roads, Avenue of the Americas comes to mind, that are 7 lanes wide, they're freeways. And that's what just blew my mind about Manhattan. I've only been to Manhattan once. I think I told you the story. I didn't even get out of my car. I did it all wrong. It was when I was in town for Merritt Parkway. I had a relative's car. They were kind. They said I could go use it to film Merritt Parkway. I got a little carried away, went all the way down to Manhattan. And parking's $50, so I just never got out of my car. And yeah, if you go east and west, the streets are very narrow, but you go north and south, they're highways. I mean, they're huge. The lights have signal progression. And I'm going, well, I don't remember even going 20. It sure seemed like I was going more like 30 or 35. I don't know, I was just keeping up with the other cars. Maybe, I don't know New York City street politics, traffic politics. Is it possible that they are, because you can't enforce the speed limit on a road that's designed, right? Like somebody, if you take all the speed limit signs off of one of these big streets, you know, Avenue of the Americas or something, right? And just let people kind of set their own speed limit based on what the road feels safe. Because you're not going to want to hit pedestrians, so you kind of slow down and think. If the 85th percentile speed is like 37 miles an hour, okay, I admit you got a problem because you don't want to have traffic in Manhattan going 37 miles an hour past crowds of pedestrians. But you can't just legislate it and put up a bunch of signs. You never have enough cops. You can never put up enough speed cameras. You have to do something to change the road to where, again, if your target speed's 20, then you need to do something with the road that if you took all the speed limit signs down, 85% of the cars would be going 20, you know, or less. And I don't think the road's set up that way. They got to make some pretty good changes to it. And then the streets that go side to side, those probably I was going about 20 if I remember right, because they're kind of narrow and on-street parking, and you know, people jaywalking mid-block, and we got lightning. But as far as yeah, that's a tough one. I really don't know what the right call is when it comes to that. But I think here's what I think is going to happen if I were to just make an uneducated guess. They'll do it. City of New York, they'll get together, they'll pat themselves on the back, they don't have a city council, what do they call it, this legislature of the city of New York, whatever. They'll pat themselves on the back, oh, we're going to save lives, we're going to lower the speed limit. And they'll find, like the California straw law, it is totally unenforceable. And like in the state of California, they're not allowed to give me a straw or plastic silverware or whatever, because most of it ends up in the trash. And so you're supposed to ask. They can't ask you, you have to say, oh, can you give me a straw? And even in the Bay Area, they give you a straw without asking, because I think they had too many times, people like me, when the straw law first came out, I got my drink, I got my car, started driving away, I go, where's the straw? And I had to park my car, go in and be a grouch, be like, hey, you forgot to give me my straw. Sorry, sir, under the law of the state of California, we're not allowed to give you a straw unless you ask for it. And the straw law is still on the books, but I have never heard of any business getting fined because they gave you a straw. And so, but it made somebody feel good, because they were trying to make the world a better place, because most of the single-use stuff you get with your meal gets thrown in the trash, and they were trying to reduce the amount of trash and the amount of plastic that makes its way into the ocean. Good intention, but in practice it didn't work. And it's the same way, if the legislature of the city of New York thinks that, oh, we're just going to legislate that, okay, all streets are 10 miles an hour, yay, we save lives, 0 fatalities, this will be great. They're going to find that they just passed an unenforceable law that's going to be enforced arbitrarily, and people are going to be mad at the city when they get a ticket, because they say, well, why'd you single me out? Everybody else was doing 30, why, and they're not providing any actual safety benefit. They're just trying to make themselves feel good with ineffectual policy. You want to slow cars down, you got to spend money. You got to get in and redesign, especially the big north-south streets. All it's just going to mean fewer cars are going to be able to go through. And you do that, and it's like, well, then people might complain. They say, how come I'm not making enough green lights anymore? You guys need to fix it. And, as I say, so anyway, I don't think it's going to be a successful venture, but, hats off to them for trying something. I invite them to try harder, but anyway. Okay, so again, thanks to the Super Chat from Freedom Tower Studios. Evan with a Super Chat. Thank you, Evan, for your Super Chat. Evan writes, Rob is never going to stop. Love it. I've been rained on 3 times, but you keep coming with questions, and even better, sometimes you keep coming with money questions, and then it's like, well, it's hard to say no, The battery on the phone hasn't died yet, so, well, I have the whole setup here with the gaff tape and a backup battery, and it looks very, I'm gonna say we got 9 more minutes, and then that 5 hours, I gotta get off my feet. I'm horrified to think what time it is. Can I see? It is, it's only 11 o'clock. But anyway, well, we'll say 9 minutes, but if all of a sudden a flood of, stuff comes in, then, but otherwise we'll try to cut it off at 5 hours. So, now that I got caught up on Super Chats, let's go look at the live chat, see what fun I'm missing out on that you guys are talking about stuff. Oh, Rob, you have something to say about San Francisco bike lanes. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. And this will hopefully be a video in February of next year. But that's how long there's a lead time on trying to get these things going. So, in San Francisco, there's a street called, oh, crud. What is it? South of the 101, it runs north and south, and it's this Alameda? Shoot. Anyway, it's in my notes. But this street, your typical San Francisco street, shops on the bottom, old-timey apartments on top, a lot of it built right after the Great Fire, and just hustling and bustling with pedestrian traffic and cars and buses and people parked on the street and whatever. And I think it was set up originally as like 2 squishy, like you have the cars parked in the street and the 2 squishy lanes each direction. And they did a road diet a while back where they like added, I think, outside bike lanes, and maybe it was just shared bike lanes and 1 lane in each direction with like a turn lane. And the problem is it wasn't very good bike lanes, because if you're riding right next to parked cars, people can throw open their door, and bap, you hit the door. And they pull in and out of spaces, and at every intersection, every car that's turning right turns across your bike lane. And some engineer had an idea that sounds on the surface idiotic, and it was brilliant. The best place for the bike lanes on the street was the middle of the street. Middle of the street. And I wish I could remember the name of the street so you could go to Google Maps and look at it. I want to say it's Alameda. No, I don't remember. It runs north and south. And it's just south of the 101 freeway. Something corridor. But anyway, so they did. So the San Francisco Transportation Agency, Municipal Transportation Agency, did a 1-year experiment. They don't do, nothing in that city happens just on a whim. There's public meetings with businesses and stakeholders and neighborhoods and politicians, and because you have so many people have an opinion on it, they want to make sure they do a good job. And so they said, okay, we won't do this permanently, but we'll do a 1-year experiment where we'll move the bike, we'll put dedicated 2-way bike path in the middle of the street. It was already, they were banning left turns at the stoplights anyways. Valencia Street, thank you. Somebody, Isaac knows the name. Valencia Street. So go look at Valencia Street in San Francisco and do a street view. Hopefully the bike lanes are there because they've been in less than a year. And they put the bike lanes in the middle of the street. They even did these really cool, at the edges of the intersections where the outside bike lanes you get a green light just for bikes that crosses into the center, and then you ride down the corridor and then it crosses back out with another dedicated light. Left turns are not allowed across the bike lanes. They don't have to deal with parked cars. All the through traffic is on the outside of them. You shouldn't be crossing their path legally at all. Any of the cross traffic on the cross streets, well, that's when they're stopped at a red light, so they don't have to worry about them. So you have these really protected lanes that just happen to be in the middle of the street. And so I was so thrilled to hear about this wacky idea that I didn't have the ability yet to do the story, but I had to go check it out. So on my way home to Southern California from the conference, I swung all the way to the Bay Area just to go see this. And they're fantastic. Like the bike and scooter traffic volume on those e-bikes and everything, the traffic volumes on those lanes, they're the busiest bike lanes I've ever seen in my life. They are excellent. There's only one problem. It's a 1-year experiment. The experiment ends, and I think they're going to have a vote on it in November of whether they're going to keep it or remove it. And the business community have a lot of, we won't know till the vote, but on background, a source tells me they're probably going away, that there's a lot of pressure from the business community. And the reason why they're probably going to go away is because the businesses used to kind of allow illegal double parking, right? So you're never going to find a spot on the street in front of these businesses. They're too busy, too many people park. But like if you need to run in really quick, you're making a delivery, or whatever, you could pull up next to the car, double park, run in, do your thing, and come back out. Well, that's gone away because back when it was a turn lane, well, if somebody's blocking your lane, you just kind of scooch around them into the oncoming traffic, scooch back, keep through traffic, keep going. But the challenge you run into with a dedicated bike lane is they have to actually put, mountable curbs, those big rubber mountable curbs that are maybe about this big, and delineator posts on there. And there's just no physical way a car can drive into the bike lanes to protect the bicyclists. So now nobody can double park because Californians break, of the 11 commandments that Moses brought down on the tablets, Californians break all of the 10 commandments. But they follow the 11th commandment, thou shalt not block traffic. And so you just don't double park if you're going to block traffic, right? And so that's the problem now, is a lot of these businesses seeing a decline in business. There's probably a variety of reasons, including, kind of the post-COVID spiral that the city's in right now because of the loss of all the office traffic. But for whatever reason, there's a perception amongst the business community that that the bike lanes are injuring them. And so you have two fighting interests, the business owners who didn't want it put back the other way, and So I'm afraid we may have another story like the San Diego bike lanes that didn't even last a week. This one, San Francisco MTA did everything right, but you know, you still can't, even if you do everything right, you still can't override an overwhelming interest that have political power to make something go away if they don't want it to be there. And so I think that's a real shame to see those bike lanes go away. But definitely, if you ever visit San Francisco, check out Valencia while the bike lanes are still there through the end of the year. Partly why this video, if I'm able to get sources on the record, which is a bit of a challenge because everybody's pretty passionate about it, but if I'm able to get sources on the record, I want to try to film it before and after, and so that would mean the video coming out February at the soonest because I'd have to wait till and after, but maybe this day. I hope so. I think they're really neat, but I mean, it's just so counterintuitive. Sometimes sometimes the things that sound most dangerous are the safest. You know, having the bike lanes in the middle of the street is better. So, okay, well, let's see. I'm getting close to 5 hours. My feet are screaming, but I want to make sure I got everybody. So we got Evan, we got Tom with a super chat. Thank you, Tom. Says keep up the good work. Well, thank you very much, Tom, for your super chat. Oh man, yeah. I think if I had been more ambitious, I would take you for a long walk or something. But with all the rain, I just didn't want to get that far away from anything I could call home base, just in case I got stuck. So, but I think we set a new record, 5 hours. So, let me just make sure there isn't any last things here. So you put the bike lanes in the alley, writes MHOA. Yeah, but the problem with that is then they're fighting the trash cans and the garbage trucks and the, come back to Menlo Park. I actually biked to high school by an intersection with red light cameras. Yeah, maybe. I don't have any compelling story in Menlo Park, but JHRVTA going to Nevada to see the bot dots. Yeah, that's cool. But well, let's see. I'm probably going to get off my feet. Let's see. One more. There's a wacky looking spooey interchange, my hometown of Bismarck. I've never seen anything like it. I can't tell if it's genius or stupid. Okay, really quick, like 30-second thing, and then I got to get off my feet. Unless more super chats come in. 4 feet. Okay, a spooey interchange can be great at doing what it does because you have 3 cycles or 3 phases on each side normally. So you have a phase of the, or no, 2 phases on each side. So on a normal diamond interchange, you get off the exit, you've got one for the ramp and I guess 3, one for the ramp, one for the cross street going straight, and one for the one cross street getting there left as well to get on the freeway. So you have 3 plus 3, and you have limited space in between. So to make a diamond off-ramp work where you have heavy traffic volumes, you have to make the diamond really wide so you have enough room for cars to turn left and be able to get in line and not have it back up beyond the stoplights on each side. And it's counterintuitive because the places where you have a lot of traffic is probably a place where the land is the most expensive. And so having a really wide diamond interchange, or you have to build a giant bridge, you kind of like do a triple left turn and a double left turn, and it's a really wide bridge, and so it's very expensive. And so the theory of a spooey is if you take both lights and stick them together as one in the middle, now you have 3 phases, but instead of 3 on each side, you just have 3 in total. So it works very efficiently because both off-ramps get their left turns at the same time and don't get caught. Otherwise you get left and then get caught, left and get caught. They can just go together, and the straights can go together, and the on-ramps can go together, and you just boom, 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 boom. Downsides of a spooey are you have to build a very long bridge because it's a huge area underneath. It's a big area of just open pavement, and sometimes drivers can get lost. It's, that kind of is a concern. And they're not, they can be a little pedestrian unfriendly because when you have a green light on a spooey, granted, nobody should be walking out against the red hand into the crosswalk, but if they did, sometimes I've come off those spooey ramps and you're like, oh, I've got my green arrow, and I've treated it like a freeway flyover. Well, probably about 50 miles an hour, and you got such a shallow arc to make your left turn that you can just zip along and go really fast. And so that could stress people out. Sometimes you have a lot of free rights and people are whipping their right turns on really fast. So in certain suburban settings and in areas that are really, the land use is very, very, very car centric, I think they can work great. Another neat thing is you have already two stoplights at a normal diamond. Your two stoplights close together with the freeway in the middle, right? And you need, like I say, you need enough space to store the vehicles that are stopped and everything. And so another catch-22 of a diamond, a regular diamond, is okay, it gets more expensive the bigger the diamond is because I need more land. But then say I have frontage roads or a city street that's next to it, well, I'm getting closer and closer to those city streets. So then I got to buy out a bunch of land to push those city streets, those stoplights farther out. And it just has this cascading thing where a spooey, if you have city streets fairly close by, because instead of the stoplight being like, say the freeway's here and your ramp would have been here, by having the light here, you have that much extra room to give you space to get to the frontage road. So yeah, I think that's why you don't see spooies everywhere. You know, I think in a lot of cases they're overkill. It's more infrastructure than you need. So engineers elect to using their best judgment, they just put in a diamond. But in sorry, I'm drawing a blank because my feet hurt. But in the you know, certain settings they work really well, other places they don't. So anyway, you said that was in Bismarck. So they're not stupid, but they're not perfect. So they're kind of expensive. So the screen says you hit 5 hours, get some rest. Yeah, I probably will. I like spooies, 5 hours seconded, need to do caramel roundabouts instead of spooies. And look, if you're not getting enough videos about caramel roundabouts, I don't know what to tell you. We got one more coming, and then a related land use video that I probably won't do immediately just so people don't have 4 caramel videos in a row. Okay, I think we're done. I think we got all the super chats. Tom's was the last one. Thank you very much to everybody with great questions, generous contributions, and the fact that it's nice to know in this world that there are about 200 plus people who on a Saturday night have nothing better to do than hang out on the side of Boulder Highway and talk about reconfiguring the road. I think that's actually, I think it's really neat. So anyway, well, take care, and hopefully maybe next quarter we'll do another live stream. And until then, look forward to another week or so coming up, a video about how Carmel's roundabouts might have accidentally made bikes and cars into friends. So check that out. I'll see you guys soon.